Yellow, yellow, yellow. How are we all going? Ooh, something exciting today. Something very exciting. A literal wedge of CNC'd giant rose gold brass. I think it's going to be pretty fun. Got a little bit of prep work that we need to do. Gotta make sure the stabilizers are good. Got to hit them with a little bit of that clear tape. And then we are going to don the special white gloves and get this bad boy ready. Prep it up and go through the motions and see how this thing sounds. I mean, basically it is a fully integrated plate. It is extremely dense. We have some sound dampening options, and I think it's gonna have a sound, definitely. May not be for some people, others might absolutely love it. Have to remember these M60 keyboards were kind of released many moons ago and have gone through a couple of little renditions. So the sound and the feel, they likely come from an era that we would have seen a while ago in the hobby. But yeah, that's what we have installed today. Shall we get into some preparation work? I think so. Let's get this moved up a little bit and get ourselves ready. Back over there a bit. Tonight we have on the backing track Sun and Bass podcast, which is a really nice underground drum and bass, liquid drum and bass music podcast from the UK. Tonight's first up from the Sun and Bass is a producer by the name of Malk, which I think he is from the Netherlands actually. A lot of his original tunes and a lot of other tunes for some very select top flight drum and bass artists. Alright, we might actually move this guy a little bit over here for now. I really need to do typing at this point in time. Alright, I got the smoky Durock stabs for today. We need to get a 7U wire, plus we've got lit backspace and full left shift and enter. So that's going to be exactly what we're going to be prepping up for today. Lib Eden. How you going? Thank you for joining the stream. We're just getting our tool sets ready. What do we need for now? We need some brushes. That's going to be a good start. Probably that one and that one. I think that's good enough for now. And we need some of our lubricant. A 205 grade 0, a BDZ. All right. Let's get a little setup going here. We get a bit better in view this time. I know there was a little bit of a out of view looping of these stabilizers previously, so let's get this in view this time. But actually, first things first, what we're going to do is we're going to take this clear tape. We're going to cut out some little, I guess you would call them rectangles. And what we're going to do is we're going to fit those into part of our housings. And effectively, this is a tape mod, a version of a tape mod. But I found that with the Durock stabs, it really helps to ensure that click and tap with inside the housings is pretty much eliminated. So let's get exactly what we need at this point in time. All right, what are we gonna need? We're gonna need our 7U wire. By the way, I did test this wire to ensure that it's balanced, and this may be one of the first Durock wires that I've pulled straight out of the bag that was basically spot on, which was fantastic. Did not require any modification. There can be a little bit of work to make sure that they sound pretty good. I do have stabies as well, potentially for this build, but I decided I'm going to save those. Those are the nylon polycarbonate stabies, so I'm actually going to probably just hold on to those for a little bit, and probably put them in an upcoming keyboard. So today we're going to need one for the space, one for the enter, one for the left shift. Means we need 2 of these, and those over to the side for now. We're going to need 2 or 6 of those. Put the others back in. All right, so first things first, we need to get, you guys can see that, we're going to get these little housings set up correctly, because it's basically impossible to do this without doing this little mod first. And I need some tweezers because it is very, very finicky, especially if you have larger hands. All right, so first things first. I'm gonna grab some of our tape. And we are going to, takes maybe a couple of tries to get this right, exactly the right sort of length. Let's get this nice and straight first. All right, make sure we got our tweezers kind of ready to go. Basically what we're trying to do is get as much coverage of the top part of this little housing's internal structure. So basically when the wires, and the easiest way to sort of look at it is if we look at it top down, we're going to cover that little angled middle part with this tape. Let's get a piece prepped up. We really don't need much. I've done this a few times. Start with about so height. Let's have a look if this is going to be good for what we need. Thinner the better as well, because effectively you don't want to go too high up the wall of the internal housing. And you also want to be able to ensure that it covers the full length. Hopefully you guys can potentially see this as well. So basically, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to insert this. Yeah, so even this piece is relatively too thick for what we're doing. That's all right, we can use this as a guide. Wipe these tweezers really quickly. So yeah, we're going to use this as a bit of a guide to go all the way through, and this is the finicky part. All right, it is in. Let's make sure this is aligned. You don't want it to overhang from the side that the slider actually slides down from. Effectively, what happens in that scenario is it gets caught and then it will come out. This one's average. We might have to redo this one, and I think we're going over too far, so this will be a good guide. I think lengthways we're kind of actually pretty good. Might actually get away with this one, which is pretty good. Luckily we don't have to do a full set for a TKL, because yeah, this can be, we're just good on this one. So lengthways I think we're good, we just need to make it a little bit thinner, and that's not a very difficult fix. We're just going to ensure that that's nice and flat, press down within there. It is riding up the walls a little bit in this one. Might be really hard to see, but yeah, it's actually translating to camera is pretty difficult, but that's all right. We'll persist through. This one's fine. Yeah, so lengthwise we're good. What we need to do is just ensure we're a bit thinner across, just to make it slide in a little bit easier. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, showing modding stabs on streams is it really is. Hey, man. I mean the housings are so tiny, and the camera is trying to do its best to sort of show it, and it's hard to sort of hold it and show it. But let's see if we can do it. Yeah, no, it's really difficult, but. Yeah, I find this, I did the tape mod originally on my Mode 80 with, not tape mod, sorry, Band-Aid mod, with the fabric Band-Aids, and it took a while for them to like break right in. It does sound really good, and it definitely, like, there is zero ticking, no issues with that whatsoever. But I found this is maybe a little bit easier. You don't get that break-in period, which is, you know, which is good. You can sort of get the feel for it straight away. But yeah, I think so. This one's good. But yeah, we're just going to make it a little bit thinner for the next one, which is fine. So lengthways, I'm pretty happy, and I can actually show you the length, what I mean. So see that little notch that I took out just there? Lengthways, we are good, but we're just going to make it a little bit thinner. So that's good for our first, which is fine. So let us go to the second. How's the rest of your day, Tim? Yeah, so this one looks a lot, you know, which is good. Might actually be too thin, but we'll soon see. This is the slow part, but you got to do it. I'm pretty much a modder at heart, so wherever there's a good little modification to be made, whether that's in keyboards or synths or computers or whatever that may be, cars, I really enjoy that, you know, that aspect of, all right, we've got it, and we make it a little bit better. We make it sound better. Can we make it run better? You know, with PCs, that's overclocking. With cars, that's, you know, trying to pull that extra bit of horsepower out of the vehicle. With synthesizers, it usually comes down to either signal flow or aesthetics. With code, it usually comes down to ensuring that your code is more optimized, easier to read for whoever's going to pick it up and actually need to use it, easier for you to manage, easier for you to test. But yeah, modding's fun. I mean, that's why we have so many niche, sub-genres of different little hobbies. Yeah, with synths it's really cool. I mean, aesthetics, you look at like, all right, I'm going to modify, like, you know, I don't want red LEDs on my, you know, on my synth anymore. I want them to be blue. But that comes at a optimizational cost, because when you're looking at doing something like that, an LED needs to be backed by a certain resistance for it to actually shine or, you know, properly illuminate itself. So without doing such a thing, if you leave the same resistor that you had for a red LED and you put a blue LED in, and chances are that it will work, but it won't illuminate to the right levels that it should. So you'll get a much more dimmer, you know, LED. Or effectively, you might over-illuminate it to the point where it's, you know, literally extremely bright. So there's some give and take and some mathematics you kind of have to do to work out those kinds of things. So yeah, so I think lengthways, so this one came out kind of perfect actually. Didn't ride the wall, which is good. Lengthways is perfect. Thin widthways was kind of perfect as well. And yeah, we good. I am still really really impressed with the TX stabs. Those are absolutely fantastic. I feel like you don't need to do this kind of stuff with TX stabs, which is really cool. All right, let's get through the last few of these. Won't take too long, then we can get our housings done. Yeah, dude. Hopefully, I think there's going to be a restock sooner rather than later. I know Kerbal, I was on his stream the other day and he was saying that he's got about 600 sets coming through, to which he's going to be putting up on his website. It may be a good opportunity. If they run out in Australia, it may be a good opportunity for us to, I don't know, band together. I know Adrian will be sort of keen for them as well. So if we get a few of us, we save a whole bucket load on shipping, and we'll or just, yeah, I'll probably grab like 10 sets or something. Not that I'm probably going to might replace one or two in existing keyboards, but I think I'll probably just use them for other keyboards. You know, may as well do away with the Durocks going forward. These are good stabs. They just require that little bit of extra work. You know, stuff like this, which is okay, but for the price of TX stabs, I think it's well worth the spend to just get away with, you know, not having to do that kind of stuff. These tweezers are just sliding off the tape, which is a little bit annoying. That's all good. Yeah, it's interesting to see in the hobby, like, it's, you know, the different aspects of, you know, modifications, or I guess standards to what people use inside their boards is, you know, continuing to evolve, which is really good. No worries, man, do your thing. It's going to be here. This is technically the chore part of doing this, but that's all right. Okay, this one's almost in. All right, he's relatively in there and pretty good. So let's fold that over. He's looking pretty good, looking pretty good. Yeah, the hobby evolving like this is fantastic. It's like you see it with PCBs, you see it with switches, just the plethora of different switches and flex cut PCBs that you now get is pretty awesome. It's really starting to like enter a realm of high customizable keyboards, which all sound different, feel different, type different, have different feedback. That's really cool. It's really, really cool. As it grows and grows, it just gets better and better. And, you know, those really, what do we call them? Like the ingenuity of aspect of the modifications and everything starts to really come through. How good are keyboards, bro? How good are they? How are you, man? Thanks for dropping by again. Really appreciate it. Just going through some of the little chores of having to get Durock stabs to sound good, but that's all right. I don't have the TX stabs for today. I did have some Stabies, as I was saying before, but I'm going to save those for another build because I think there'll be better use. I didn't have a 7U wire as well, though I did test fit a Durock 7U wire in the Stabies housing, and that seems to all be fine. But I'm just doing like I'm not sure if you sort of were in here before, but just doing a little bit of a clear tape holy mod, quote unquote holy mod, to these Durocks. I found like this kind of really helps that whole ticking problem, but it doesn't give you that mushy feel of doing it with fabric. So I kind of, if I'm using Durocks, this is what I'm doing. But yeah, it's finicky. But yeah, as I was saying, it's, you know, once the community, the hobby grows, you get more and more people come in doing more and more testing and playing and modifications to all of the, you know, all the little parts and mechanics of keyboards. And ultimately it's kind of like, you know, like cars. We started with a Ford Model T, and now we've got Teslas that, you know, are able to do 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds, which is like superbike level acceleration. Full car automation. I mean, and that's just talking about electric cars. You got cars like the Bugatti Veyron or the Chiron, or the literally, you know, 2 V8 engines mounted together with 4 turbos in them. I mean, like, aerodynamics, carbon, you name it. That's just, you know, ridiculous. That's what happens. And you get a lot of those smaller companies, smaller in-shop sort of, or in-house little groups of people who do engineer and modify, you know, whatever it is that they're doing, and that's where you start to see some really interesting stuff. I mean, I'm not sure if you're into cars or anything like that, but the really good documentary if you're keen to like look into stuff like that. It was on Bruce McLaren, the guy that created the McLaren name, obviously his namesake, and yeah, it really goes through like the kind of stuff that their engineering teams were doing that was just completely, you know, left of center when it comes to building cars and what made their cars so elite, almost from the get-go, and the evolution of that from, you know, the original kind of McLarens to what we get today is, I mean, I find it really quite fascinating that even after Bruce departed, unfortunately died in a pretty horrific car accident actually, that his legacy lives on in innovation and engineering within his the company that he made, and the kind of vehicles that those companies now produce, or specifically McLaren, is, you know, absolutely out of this world. It's always funny to debate with people about cars too, is like, not debate, but, you know, have an open discussion about people who they're not really into cars. So when, you know, you say to them, oh, you know, this McLaren 720 is worth like, you know, $350,000 from the showroom floor, and they're like, oh, I'd never pay that for a car. And it's like, do you understand what has gone into building this machine? Everything down to this, you know, every screw, washer, piece of interior, piece of engine has been completely over-engineered, and that is, you know, essentially, I think where we're kind of heading with keyboards. I mean, look at a lot of the leaf spring designs that are coming out now, and where they're taking that with flex cuts, where they're taking that with how they mount, with how they produce acoustics through their different, you know, weights and what have you. There's a lot of thought and effort that's gone into that. No one just pulled up Fusion 360 one day and built a block and then, well, I'm sure obviously plenty of people have, but you know, the level of that kind of stuff is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. So, and that really goes across different hobbies as well. In the synthesizer realm, which is, you know, something I've been doing for many, many years, same thing occurs. It's that we've actually gone kind of oddly, not backwards in a bad way, but it does its revolutions, just like kind of a lot of different industries do. And in the synthesizer industry, we went through modular synthesis, which was huge back in like the 70s and 80s, into digital synthesis, and now we're back into full modular again. There's many creators around the world, lots from Europe and America, even Australia, who have made building modular synths their sort of go-to, which is pretty amazing stuff. And the level of, you know, modular synths back in the 70s were the size of, you know, a good sized bedroom in your house, and you can still get, you know, quite similar sort of stuff today, but the ingenuity that went in behind, you know, building that kind of stuff down to a much more minute level, which kind of lends a lot of its practice from just how small we were able to make electronics as humans, going forward. And it's so interesting. You know, stuff like the transistor or the MOSFET, you know, without the size, I don't know if you guys know about Moore's law, but without the size of that sort of continually getting smaller and smaller down to the nano sort of layers over the years, without that kind of stuff, we wouldn't have the kind of electronics that we, take for granted today. And what I find it kind of really fascinating, especially when I'm like building a synthesizer, is like I'm building, currently something from a recreation of something from like the early 80s. Those are now being recreated in, well, they have been for many, many years in just pure code or extremely small electronics, surface mount electronics. And, a lot of purists will say, oh, but you can't get the same sound as what you can from a transistor in the 70s. And that's, there's a lot of truth to that. But you definitely still can get some extremely good sounds out of stuff like that was built, in the modern era, which is fantastic. So, but yeah, I guess as we get smarter, as we get more into making things smaller for the right reasons, and learn how to deal with why making something smaller does, makes it better in a certain way. Things just get better and better. Then we look at like people like Elon Musk who have, laugh all you want at him, but that guy is pushing boundaries. And I really have a lot of sort of respect for people like that, because those boundary pushers are the ones that are taking us to the new heights. It's funny. Have you guys ever seen the movie Revenge of the Nerds? It's like, they laughed about that kind of stuff in like the 80s and stuff, when they were just like, basically, nerds will run the world one day. And it's kind of coming true, hasn't it? Computers, cars, the space race, all of that is... This one was really annoying to get on for some reason. I think I had a little bit of... My dog, bloody sheds so much little eyelash hairs. I think I had one of those in there. But anyway, we're good. Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds, I'm telling you. Yeah, without the nerds, where would we be? And it's funny, like when you look into... It's like, I write a lot of code. I have to for sort of what I do. And when you look into where we've evolved in that kind of space as well, is just incredible. Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% like that. There's so many people out there that, morally, I don't actually, agree with you or your views or what have you, but you need to respect what that person's actually doing, because they are taking things to the next level. And without people like that, we would just be clacking stones together still, attempting to make fire. And that's how things work. So they're done. And let's just get this sort of off to the next stage, because what we need to do, really. So let's get some lubing done. All right, let's get this guy. We don't need that guy. Or we don't need that guy at this point in time. And let's get these guys. That's BDZ, so we don't need that. I'm almost out of 205 on this little... Oh no, still heaps. Yeah, there's still lots in here. Got a fish on the sides. Whoop, I want to do that. Let's take a good amount and dabble it into here. Get some evenness. And let's get these going. I do like the smoky Durock stabs. Aesthetically, they're pretty nice. They do go well in some keyboards, and kind of can see where the lube is going, which is pretty good. Yeah. I wonder, like, with all the new switches and everything that are coming out these days, like, exactly, and the stabilizers and what have you, like, when is it going to get to the point where plastics are engineered in such a way that, I mean, you probably don't have to put hardly any lubricant on them, and they're going to be ultra smooth. Will we get there? Yeah, probably. Maybe one day. I mean, some of the switches that are coming out these days are pretty insane. Even some of the factory lube jobs that are happening seem to be pretty damn good as well. Consistency is getting much more even, which is, you know, typically what people want. People want to see consistent, you know, there's a lot of people in the hobby that they want a nice keyboard, they want it to sound good and what have you. They don't want to put as much effort into doing that as somebody else, but there seems to be a lot of sort of market now shifting towards those people, which is, I think is not a bad thing, definitely, because just like everything, you know, when you look at cars again, like I don't want to harp on cars, but it's sort of the same thing with cars as well. It's cars can be modified in a million different ways, and you can buy cars from certain manufacturers like, you know, VW or Toyota or Honda that have come modified enough from the factory for you where you don't need to put any effort in, and you can drive it out of the showroom or wherever it is, the dealer, and you are basically good to go, which is, you know, people love that and they sell really well, and, you know, rightly so, because a lot of people don't have the time or necessary knowledge and don't particularly want to put in that amount of effort, but they do want to be able to get something that is going to do the job for them. It's never going to be to the level of, you know, those who are putting in the extra hours to perfect that, learn it, understand it, you know, immerse themselves in it, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, and I think that's where we're kind of potentially heading with keyboards as well, which is a good thing, definitely, absolutely. I mean, if these sort of housings came pre-lubed, I wouldn't not try them out. I definitely, like, obviously runs, you know, editions 1, 2, maybe 3 aren't going to be super consistent, but probably eventually get down to really consistent. And one day we might not be doing these kinds of things anymore. You don't really need to, which is kind of pretty cool. I mean, imagine the day that you open up your stab wires and then, you know, unravel a little, I guess, protective cover on, say, you know, this part here on the wire. You unwrap like a little protective cover on this little end, and basically it's got BDZ on there for you. If you guys ever see that released, then just say that you heard it on mechB0dyMassage's stream first. All credits due to him. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure some people have already thought about that. Yeah, basically, I mean, you could take stabilizers and effectively get them to that level from the factory. Charge, you know, an extra $10, whatever it may be, and people would never have to sort of do it again, I guess. All right, so I do these in a certain way. So what I'm going to do is effectively, I'll do stage 1 as the BDZ part. So I like to, right over here, what I like to do is take a little bit of this BDZ. I think we need our little switch holder here. Sorry, our housing holder, yeah, switch holder, whatever you want to call it. I like to take, so we do this as a proper sort of little process. So if we take some BDZ, trying not to get on our hands, or not too much, Will be about so. Nicely coated. Inside the bigger entry point of this sort of this housing, what I like to do is just get in there and give it a nice coat. And effectively what this does is ensures that we're nice and even inside there. And then we do that for each one. So I don't know if you guys can see that. So a little bit of coating of VOD in there. And then so we'll do those first. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a bit of 205 just on the outside. Create that glide between the housing. And then effectively, we're kind of pretty good after that. So I'll just do these relatively quickly. Yeah, I find this like initial first coating gives it a really decent feeling from the get-go, which is good. Just need a little bit, not too much, just that little bit of coating, and then a little bit of 205 probably injected into it if required, but we can test that at the sort of next stage. There's those two, and get the rest of these done. I bought this this VOD a while ago, and there is so much left. I mean, this stuff is, you don't need much of it, I'll tell you that. And it does a lot. Inside the housing like this basically creates that initial sort of coat, so it's able to keep that wire sort of nicely centered inside there, which obviously is going to reduce that ticking if there is. But yeah, these are the little things that you do to make it sound good. Put your little touches on it. And that's what's important at the end of the day. But yeah, I reckon give it a year or so and we probably won't be doing this kind of stuff anymore. So a lot of people seem to, you know, still be happy with their cherry clip-ins, and that's good enough for them. And each to their own, I guess, at the end of the day. I'm definitely not going to argue the fact that a set of Durock stabilizers at almost $30 Australian per pop is cheap by any standards. But yeah, we won't be doing this kind of stuff, I reckon, in the future. Really won't need to. They'll get stuff like TX to such a high level of ingenuity that yeah, you just take it out and use it and it'll be good. Just like a lot of the switches are sort of heading towards at this point in time. So this is, got to be careful with this part. It does get a little bit messy if you don't. These little brushes are definitely good for doing this. Last one of these. I did this, first time I did this was on my Our Labs Mr. Suit, and everything came out pretty damn good, which is great. And I got a nice straight pair of the Our stabs, which I heard a fair few people didn't get lucky with that, unfortunately. I got the first edition of those Our Lab, so I bought first round of Mr. Suit. But yeah, they ended up sounding really, really good, which was fantastic. All right, so that's that part done. Now we can show you sort of what I mean. Yeah, so now we can get our other brush back and start building these out to the point that we need them, a little bit of 205. get that housing nice and even. Try not to get any of the BDZ onto what we're doing, because then it makes things a little bit messier. There's one. Let's just pop him inside. He needs to go this way. We'll leave him over here for now. Here's one done. Do number two. Get all these guys done, then we'll do the wires, and then we're good. Go. Well, we're good to test our next stage. Testing is important. Nothing more annoying than not going through the motions and then getting to a point where you basically have to open everything up again. It's definitely not fun sometimes, especially when you just want to get this thing going. So that guy has to go in this way. Alright, there's our first set done. Keep going. Yeah, the amount of times I've rebuilt keyboards because I'm not happy with how they sound, and it's like, it's kind of good in a way. I mean, you get to really know how it works. GHS RA being one of those. I think I rebuilt a bucket load of times, which gave me the perfect opportunity to ensure that I knew how to build it basically blindfolded the next times. So yeah, without doing that kind of stuff, you're never going to learn. And it gives you the pointers and tips you need to basically be able to do that kind of stuff. With pretty much every other keyboard that you get. I mean, you may have to rebuild it once or twice. No, I didn't. I'm not going to take credit for it. I went on a sort of mission to kind of, I wanted to do tape mod, but I didn't want to do it with the fabric stuff. And I found a guy on YouTube who posted a video of him doing it with the clear tape, you know, that clear glide tape stuff that I got. 3M stuff that you can get kind of anywhere. And the results that he sort of produced were pretty damn awesome. And yeah, he was like, I'm getting really good results by just putting a little bit of BDZ inside, just to get that sort of initial contact to be sitting nice and sort of center inside there. So yeah, there's a video, I can post you a link to it. He kind of went through the motions of doing it, and basically the results sort of kind of spoke for themselves. Yeah, so I think it works, especially for the Durocks. I really do. But yeah, just not going to definitely take credit for that. Credit is due for his work. He obviously put the time in. There's some funny videos on the internet. I just blindly copied Teha, but it kind of made me think, why don't you just try the... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, that's what a lot of people are doing. A lot of them are kind of, I don't know, they may work in some situations. You know, if the stars align, planets align on a certain day, like that method that they just did works. But I don't know, I've tried a couple of them and they were just like not working for me. I never went the dielectric grease route. I know people that have, and they sort of swear by it, which is, you know, fine. Yeah, I would say if you're going to use Durox, man, just put a little bit more of that effort in and actually do it. And I think the results kind of sort of speak for themselves, which is really good. But yeah, there's a lot of, oh man, I watch so many videos on YouTube of people with their different methods, and some of them were questionable. Let's just put it that way. Not in a bad way, just in a, is this actually gonna work kind of method? So yeah, I'll send you the video, dude. Just so you can sort of have a look, but I mean, there's another potential, I guess with the TX stabs, you kind of don't need to, because they've made the internal housing tolerances so tight that you're basically not going to get any tick from that whatsoever. But so I tried that Korean mod. No, can you explain to me what it is? I don't think I've seen it. The Wildcat. I now vaguely remember seeing something about it, but I haven't. I'd have to bring up video to watch it. Yeah, it's ringing some bells, but it looks like he cuts out the inside of the stem housing. Oh yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I mean, someone like him's probably perfected it. It might take me and you a little bit extra to kind of do it, but yeah, this is what I'm saying. I mean, like, if TX stabs are like readily available, then this kind of stuff is just, we're not going to be really doing it anymore. I really don't see how we're going to be doing it. But yeah, but there'll always be a market for, like, you know, people that want to spend $2 for Taobao stabilizers, and that's what they need to do with it. Whereas we're spending 10 times, well, more than 10 times that to get what we need to get done. But is it worth 10 times the time and the effort? Have you heard about the Gateron V2 stabs? Apparently there's a bit of hype behind them. No, I haven't, but I heard that the Gateron V1 stabs were not that good. Or was it like the black ink stabs, or one of their, like, I guess, editions of the stabs was not very good, so yeah, I'm not sure, man. I haven't seen it. I'll have to check it out. There's a lot of hype around stabs, that's for sure. All right, let's get our get these bad boys sort of on to the next part. Take a little bit of B2Z and get that onto these wires. I want one company to just figure it out. Dude, I'm telling you, I think that could have been TX, hey? I haven't tried the stabies yet though. So I'll reserve my, you know, entire judgment down to when I try those. But yeah, I'm the opposite to you. In what sense, man? I've tried stabies, not TX. Okay, well, all right then. In comparison to Durocks, your experience was better, worse, less time spent, money well spent? I think that's interesting to know in that kind of aspect. Because yeah, we've both got a good, better than Durock's very, very tight tolerances. Yeah, I mean, so like even if it's just better in that sort of sense, then that is money well spent. I'll never forget having to do the Owl Lab, the Owl Lab, first edition of the Owl Lab housing, man. And I was like, if I press this thing any harder, I'm literally gonna snap it. In comparison to a Durock that just slides right in. The stabies seem to slide right. I'm sure you probably know this too as well, Tim, but the stabies seemed to slide right in pretty damn perfectly. But yeah, I think, yeah, definitely get some TX. I'm gonna definitely use the stabies on the Win 65. Funny story about the Win 65. Well, not really a funny story. So I've been waiting for the last batch to be sent, which of course is the batch that my keyboard is in. Yeah, like I said, if I come across a whole batch of them, then I'll just grab a whole batch for you And likewise, if you get the opportunity before me, just grab me a few and I'll sort each other out. Yeah, the Win 65. So basically, the last batch to be sent was so I got the green and charcoal sort of version. That was the last batch to be sent. They had issues with obviously COVID in China, so basically that caused a huge kind of delay. But to then top it off, they got to sending the last batch and they started to QC them and worked out that they weren't in very good shape. So to save themselves I guess, there you go, that's in nicely. To save themselves the excruciating pain of sending out badly QC'd and potentially damaged keyboards, they've now decided they're not going to send the last batch and they are going to remake the last batch. So the in-stock keyboard is now going to be taking a little bit of extra time to basically get to me. But that's all right. Look, things happen, man. I'd rather get a keyboard that is in good shape straight away without having dramas of having to send things back or get on Discords and talk to people about why they're not in. Yeah. Would you prefer a refund or a remake? I do want the keyboard, so I'm going to just deal with it. I got the Monocaid caps and found out today that they're going to refund me. Why is that? Issues? I'm guessing there's issues. Because they are not going to sell them yet because they aren't happy with the material. Look, to be honest, I kind of don't have a problem with that. It's scratch prone, I think. I think you do more damage to your brand and reputation. Shipping is one thing, and in this day and age, especially with COVID and just the way the world is, we've now come to accept that shipping is problematic and it's really out of everyone's control. And that's just the way that it is. However, shipping a product that is not either as described or up to spec to your customer who has paid money for it and them getting it and then making a very, concerted effort to basically show everybody that your product is not what you said it was going to be is going to really hurt your brand and reputation. And so I would rather just, it kind of comes down to there's two ways for me, options wise, with where I would go with it. You just want a wob set. Adrian just gave me one, not gave me, like one for a keyboard, but I might know someone that's got one GMK wob set left who wants to get rid of it. So let me ask that person for you. I bought two from Drop because I was like, well, they're not gonna, no, I think they're brand new, unopened. Yeah, let me ask, let me see. Yeah, as soon as I saw Drop basically have GMK ready to go, I just bought two sets because I knew it was going to be hard to get them later. I'm like, you know what? What's two sets? Two sets was still cheaper than buying one set of any other GMK aftermarket or off or GB anyway. So whatever, I just did it. But yeah, back to the whole like. Yeah, I would, if it really annoys me and there's another set of something, if we're talking about keycaps, then if there's another set of something, I would just get my money back and go and get those. Because keycap wise, there is a lot of options at the moment. But if it's a keyboard, then if I really wanted that keyboard, I'll just wait out for it. Unfortunately, yeah. sometimes things don't come out of the factory the way that they kind of should be. I'm definitely, I mean, there's been a few keyboards that I've bought that, take the Lab MrSu as an example. Like, that was hands down one of the most amazingly produced, anodized, everything about it. I'm just talking from my experience. Everything about that keyboard came out literally perfect, exactly how they said it was going to be. The anode's amazing. The weight looks amazing. There is not a single bit of like bad PVD on the weight. Everything came out the way that it said it did. And I've bought several other keyboards from other makers who the renders looked amazing, but the quality control could have been better. When I say quality control, it's out of the makers. It's kind of a little bit out of the maker's hands at the end of the day. With the quality control from the factory, I mean, there's probably only so much they can go back to the factory and say, no, this is not good enough, you need to redo it. But yeah, I mean, there's totally some of them just for the price were pretty underwhelming. I'm not gonna lie. But I've learned a lot in regards to why certain things are the way they are, especially when it comes to like anodizing, man. So I learned that like anodizing keyboards in black is very, very difficult. Like, it's extremely hard for the factory to do. It's like one of the toughest colors that you would think black would be like straight up not a hard color to do, but black seems to be really, really difficult. Yeah, I've learned a lot of stuff about like the grain of aluminium. Everyone uses 6061 or 6063 mostly for keyboards and stuff like that, but the grain of aluminium, if it's not heat treated properly, doesn't matter how many times that you anodize it, especially in a lighter color, comes out not looking the way that you want. And it's not the anodizing problem, it's the fact that the grain is showing through that. Yeah, so it's kind of it's made me rethink from the base level up exactly what is a good potential color, for instance, to acquire as a keyboard purchase, because some of them can't be made in such a way that is literally going to appease someone. I'm not going to say myself, but sometimes I can be a little bit picky with this kind of stuff. Made to appease the end user, the consumer of the product. So yeah, it's made me rethink of certain colors that, especially in that kind of realm, or certain ways that plates are made, certain ways that mounting systems with inside the keyboards are made, and what have you. Yeah, so all right. This is kind of good. It's a 60% keyboard, and we basically have 3 stabs, which is good. So let me finish packing this up, and I'll probably go wash my hands real quick, and we'll take it from there. We got that. You need that, and where is it? Yep, that's good. And we'll chuck that all back in. One thing, Tim, I learned from the last stream was pack everything up progressively as you go. You should have seen my room after the last one, man. Oh my God. There was stuff on my desk everywhere. And it was like, I was starting to like lose track of like where things were. And when I cleaned it up the next day, I was like, man, there is just a lot of stuff everywhere. I will use... Actually, these alcohol wipes should be enough to get most of this stuff off. Yeah, so progressively packing up things as you go seems to be actually a really good idea. So let us do that properly this time. All right. Don't need that guy for now. Do need all these. We don't need those two. And we don't need that guy. Yeah. Dude, it became like such a headache, man. I couldn't like find where like certain keycap boxes were and stuff like that. Starting to like lose the plot a little bit on where things were. Oh yeah. Yeah. But I guess that's like everything in life, man. Like, it takes years to sort of get used to, but you gotta like basically be organized. Otherwise your life is kind of as organized as what you're doing in front of you, sort of level stuff. All right, let's get some screw trays out. We need those. Let's clean that up because we don't need that. Move that guy over here. Yeah, as I grew up as a kid, man, I'm telling you, I was like completely disorganized, and it was a big sort of learning experience. Especially as you get into the later stages of life, you start to go out into the workforce and what have you, like basically without doing that stuff properly. Might type a bit slower, just a heads up. Yeah, no worries, dude. Do what you need to do, man. Just gonna grab the PCB. This is the box. Might do a little bit of an equipment unboxing without the keyboard. So they sent me a USB cable, some screws, X driver, the RAMA puller. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And feet, which we'll need to put on. Haven't done yet. And our PCB, which is a Wilbur Flex. No, a Wilbur, standard Wilbur 60, M60, not the weird flex. There is no flex inside this keyboard, let me tell you that from the get-go. The plate, as you will see, is very, 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 very thick. It's so thick, in fact, that I'm kind of like a little bit sort of not worried, but I'm a little bit kind of interested to see how these switches will go. It will be interesting. So I guess let's test this first. Let's test this first because that's kind of the smart thing to do. So this is the PCB. Pretty cute. I like that. I like the color of it. It is hot swap. There was no option. You can't, the layout on this, because of the plate, is effectively locked in place. So it's 7U HHKB. Yeah, it is a pretty g'day Cisco, sorry. Cisco? I'm probably not pronouncing that right, and you can correct me. It is actually a really pretty PCB, I'm not gonna lie. It's quite petite and nice, and yeah, so hot swap HHKB is the option. That is it. It does have LEDs, which we will be turning off. That's definitely true. But yeah, this, I would have loved it if there was some kind of plate capability within this Tank Edition, but not capability, you know, the option to change that out. So that would have been pretty nice. Cisco works, board looks great. Yeah, thanks Cisco. Yeah, so we're just going to test this out real quick, just to make sure that we don't have to end the stream basically now. We just finished some stabilizers. And yeah, let's have a look. How you going, Cisco? What's been happening, man? How's your night? Are you from Australia? Are you from overseas? Let me know. All right, let's take this and and put that into this. Whoa, 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 whoa. That is epic. Let's go over here. What do we get? What do we get? We do get from the US, clocking extra hours. Nice, man. Which part of the US are you from? Are you doing work from home at the moment? Are you working at work and you've just got me on the side? All right, first things first, the lighting is making my eyeballs explode. So let's let us deal with that first. All off. Okay, that's better. All right, let's look at our layout. Well, that's actually not gonna happen because it is locked in place. Cool, okay. Left control, left win, left alt. I mean, it's basically set up exactly how I have it now anyway, in my standard sort of TKL style. But yeah, let me get the tweezers back out and flip this over. And let's just make sure that we're good. Key tester would be a good thing to go to. And let's test matrix. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, 4. Let's do this a little bit on an angle, make it a hell of a lot easier. Yeah, good. Good. I missed one. Good. 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 Long Island, caught your stream while Smash last week. Thanks, man. Nice. We got an interesting one today. It's literally a wedge of brass. It's ridiculous. The first time I opened it up, my eyeballs literally almost fell out. Long Island. I went to Long Island a very long time ago, back in 1993. I have family that live over. They don't live there anymore, over in Long Island. So we went to visit them. Yeah. Caught me while Smash, that's really funny. Get this going. Yeah, I've watched a few Twitch streams while having a few drinks, that's for sure. What's the weather like for you guys over there at the moment? What's it for us? We're nearly heading to winter, so you gotta be in your spring? Or just getting out of spring? Right? Or I'm completely wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Be very wrong. Shitty. Should be going into spring, but it's still cold and overcast. Yeah. We so I'm from Melbourne, Australia. We had really interesting summer. It was hot in some periods, like really, really hot. Melbourne does get extremely hot. So it gets like 40, I think our worst day was like 43 point something, which is like well over 110 Fahrenheit. But it didn't last. Like we had a week or two of pretty consistently putrid hot weather. But it was a lot wetter than usual. So autumn in Melbourne is beautiful, typically. So we had some really, really nice weather recently, which was good. And winter is going to be really wet, but we don't get snow here, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of thankful for. My family like came from the snow, which shouldn't kangas be setting ablaze? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how animals survive in that heat, but they do. But yeah, man, some of our summers are absolutely nasty. That's just how things are. Actually went and saw a whole bunch of wildlife when I was in Tasmania a couple of weeks ago. Pretty good. All right, PCB is good. Let's disconnect that. And we'll go back to our main overhead. Yeah, my family is like from the snow originally. But I've been to the snow once, and I like got out of the car. I dropped a friend at the snow. He had to go work there. I got out of the car and basically like looked at it for like 5 minutes and was like, yep, that's enough, and got back in the car and went back to my house. Because yeah, I didn't really kind of be interested. Yeah. I like cold, I do. It's like Game of Thrones. You either love it or you hate it. Is that the saying? I'm not gonna lie, I have not watched Game of Thrones. My wife was absolutely obsessed with it. She did tell me that it didn't end as good as she was expecting, which I think may be the general consensus. But yeah, yeah, I guess it's a love-hate relationship. I mean, I don't feel like getting up and having to dig my way out of my house, which apparently is how bad it gets for a lot of you guys over there. But yeah, we have snow in Victoria in our state. You just have to go a few hours away, like in the car. It's a few hours drive to actually get there, and it does snow quite a lot there. All right, so PCB is good. Let's test the stabs. I think that's probably a good idea. And we'll start with our spacebar. Tim, are you a snow guy? You into the snow? I'll actually disconnect this guy just for a sec. All right, we'll leave you over there. Get these guys ready. I have strong feelings. The snow gives me a reason to stay indoors, so yeah, if that was me, like if I was living in your conditions and I had to dig my way out, I'd probably just stay inside most of the day anyway. I'm more of I like the outdoors, but like not if it's like extreme cold or extreme hot. How good a keyboard? Big drum and bass fan? I'll tell you this. So for years and years and years, many years, like I grew up on sort of house, techno, electronic music. I very rarely listened to drum and bass. Not that I didn't like it, but I just wasn't super into it at that point. Then I don't know what happened, but I started to align drum and bass with like getting into a real deep zone when I like writing code for work. And basically it became like my sort of go-to, and I have been quite obsessed with drum and bass kind of since, and I always have it sort of blaring really loudly in the background while I'm like writing code, and I kind of feel like it's there and it's on, and like the syncopation and the feel of drum and bass just it's my go-to for motorcycling. So I understand, I don't have to explain it to you, but for the others on here, it's like if you're into like electronic music, there's certain kinds of electronic music that really like resonate with certain things and tasks that you do. And yeah, I mean, drum and bass and coding for me, it's just been like, I put it on and I'll just code for like 5 hours straight, and I won't even get up, and I'll go through 5 different podcasts and have an absolute ball. Skiing and snowboarding is fun as a solo sport, but I don't get how people like going with friends. It's fun in the end when you get all the beers and food together. Yeah, I've heard that that's like what people really like. Like they enjoy the getting together part, and having a few drinks, and that's their sort of thing. The first snow a year is cool, get to dig out. After that, it's game over. But yeah, when you're on the slopes, you can't really talk to each other, and it's just like follow the leader or something. Not really that fun. Yeah, for sure. I have some friends who are like obsessed, absolutely obsessed. They go snowboarding all over the world. They'll go to every major snowboarding destination. Most of that's either in Canada or the US or Japan. I've got, cousins of mine are really into it as well. Oh man, this is where things get finicky again with the tiny screws. So you're into motorcycling. How good are keyboards? Are you, do you have a couple of them, or you just, what's your sort of go with that? Also, list out some of your favorite sort of drum and bass artists. I'm really into like liquid drum and bass. A lot of the stuff that bridges into like from, that techno minimal sort of, dub, drum and bass sort of stuff. Feels a bit dangerous though. Can make me overconfident, ride reckless. That's funny, man. I reckon if I owned a motorcycle, I'd be exactly the same. I would just, I've owned some really fast cars, and when I put on certain types of music and drive those fast cars, there's something like clicks off in my brain, and basically, not gonna lie, sometimes we go very, very quickly. But yeah, I love, I'm very into, I love stuff like LSB, this Sun and Bass podcast stuff. I'm not sure if you've heard it before. It's absolutely fantastic. All right, we got one of those in. But yeah, man, drop in if you want to drop in some links for some sort of stuff that you like. Buy some ambience music, nice. I like fast bikes, preferably naked sports bikes. So elaborate for me. I'm an absolute noob when it comes to this kind of stuff. Is that like something like an R1, or is that something like a modified R1 sort of level, or is that like a racer, like a cafe racer? Yeah, let me know. I'm obviously an absolute motorcycle retard. All right, let's get these bad boys in. I'm interested to know if, like, I hear a lot of keyboard people, playing some pretty chilled out tunes and what have you when they're sort of building and what have you, but I don't know. I'm such like a music head when it comes to this kind of stuff that I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm just going to play whatever the hell I want, because that's what I'm going to do, ultimately. I've DJ'd and produced for many years. I've been out of the game a fair bit. I did it for so many years and played a lot of gigs, wrote a lot of tunes. But it's one of those pastimes that requires a significant amount of input and partying. And that will ultimately take years off your life. Let's get this bad boy in. All right, he's in. Yeah, but I like all walks of music. I'm the kind of guy I will accept music from all genres as long as the music that's being made is really well made and it hits the mark. I don't care what genre it is. That can be jazz, that can be rock, that can be psychedelic, that can be psytrance, that can be anything. Country music, I mean, like, there is no limits to, if it sounds good to me, then it's going to get listened to. I'll then get really into certain genres and delve really deep, buy a lot of records from those different genres. But yeah, basically, I think Hey, did I put both those in already? Yep, nice. All right, I'll get the last one in. Yeah, I love that about music is like, it doesn't matter which way you go with it. Someone is making some really good music somewhere. I got pretty blessed to have a whole bunch of really talented friends when I was kind of in the music industry, making music and doing gigs that were really, really talented when it came to this kind of stuff. So I got to learn a lot from those people, especially in the realm of like electronic music. Yeah. R1 is a bit too powerful. Good examples are a larger Yamaha MT series Triumph triples. I've owned a cafe racer, scrambler style in the past and enjoyed that too. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I know what I'm like. I'd probably just go and, go for the craziest thing possible, which would be the R1 straight away, and then I'll end up in a crate, which would not be fun. So, why will you not go down? Let's get you down. That satisfying stabilizer snap in. Do you just have them for sort of personal fun? Do you take them to the track? What does that sort of look like for you? Because yeah, I used to work with a guy who was upset. I knew nothing about bikes at that point, and I was like, "Oh, what bikes have you got?" And he's like, "I only get MV Augustas because they're like, they're such fun racing bikes." I'm like, "Oh, I've never heard of that." And he's like, basically, like they're the Ferrari of like bikes. And I was like, okay, cool. So, and he used to take them out every week and go race, and he's killed heaps of them. Come off God knows how many times, but he's an absolute adrenaline junkie, and he gets back on and keeps doing it. Smash his collarbone, broken legs, you name it, but it doesn't stop him. He keeps going back, and he was one of those Italian guys. I'm sure you probably eventually met one like that before, who was like obsessed with Valentino Rossi. And like he would wear like the, Curantase number 46 hat everywhere with him, and he was just obsessed. But yeah, that kind of stuff is like every hobby. There's always going to be those that are very, very into it at that kind of level. All right, stabilizers look pretty good. Would have really loved it if there was just an option for non-split backspace, as that option would have been nice. But, it is what it is. Shall we test these stabs? I think that's probably a good idea. I'm just going to have a quick drink. That was the other thing last stream, Tim. I literally did not have a glass of water for 4 hours, and yeah, I was like dying at the end. My wife gave me this water bottle, and I feel like oh yeah, that's how you get it open. I don't go that hard. No track usage. My bike is primary transport. I ride everywhere, work and errands, so not just weekend thing, but for me, we've got video games and keyboards for that. Yeah, absolutely. You need to get affiliate so we can redeem hydrate for you. Nothing but H2O. I do have some beers in the fridge, a bucket load of really nice whiskeys, and what else have I got? I picked up a whole bunch of wines from Tassie, which I got sent back over. Yeah, I've got to obviously, I've got to get myself to the hydrate level affiliate. We'll get there. It's all good. Like anything, you got to put in the effort and you get rewarded. So that's the way life works. All right. So I've just grabbed some, I might as well use the same switch I'm going to put in, I guess. These are what I got. Durock T1 Sunflowers, lubed with a bit of G0 and 105 Durock film. I've had these for ages and I have not used them in anything because they are super muted. But I thought this was probably the best opportunity to use them because all of the sounds, wow, there's a couple of bent pins in there, I can see already, that's right, make sure that's good. All of the demos I've heard of this RAMA tank sound like they need to have a very specific switch. So I thought this is gonna be that. So yeah, I guess let's try it out. And first one I grab is the bent pin one, so let's fix that. And make sure that we are good. You've always wanted to try these. Very light tactile bump. Not sure if you can hear that. Probably hard to come through. No, 5-pin. 5-pin. Very light tactile bump. Very smooth, being a Durock. If anything, I'm gonna say it's gonna be the same kind of tactility as a little bit more tactile than something like an MX Brown. I'm gonna say that at this point. All right. Snapped in pretty nicely. All right, let's get a few of these. I heard they have leaf ping issues. These sound, I've got one up next to my ear. These sound not too bad. I can't really hear any leaf ping. I'm gonna say that it would really depend on how you lube. They are so bloody smooth though. There's no scratch and they're like, man, I'm telling you, Durocks, the smoothness of Durocks is ridiculous, literally. I will have obviously only enough to do this. Well, I've got 100 here, but I'm only going to use enough for this 60% today. So if you want to grab a cup, like one, if you want to grab some to try, Tim, then let me know. We can sort that out, that's fine. All right. Let's test these stabs. It's gonna get some of this out again. They are on my list to try. Thank you for the bow. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've got 100 and obviously they're not all gonna be used. So yeah, grab some next time. All right, let's get a space bar. So I guess we've got a bit of a theme today. It is grey, rose gold, sandblasted stainless steel. That's kind of the theme. But yeah, let's just get a space bar out. Try this. I need a space. I need a enter. And I need a left shift. Let's try those. So Cisco and How Good Keyboards, what keyboards are you guys rocking at the moment? What's your daily drivers? What's your looking like my Razer keycaps? These are GMK Boneyard. Probably don't come across really nice on camera. It's probably a little bit hard to see. They're not, the white is very off, which I absolutely love that look. And they've got that really nice grey. Might actually whack on the next sort of... Oh no, we're listening to some RPX at the moment. I think we'll just leave that for a little bit. And we'll chuck on something about 30 minutes or so. Black Widow, but do have a drop shift on order to finally make something happen. Okay, sounds good, man. Oh yeah, this thing is absolutely perfect from the get-go. So I'm wondering, do we keep a Durock Sunflower on the spacebar, or do we Franken switch something up real quick to get on there? I mean, it's hot swap, so I can literally change that really easily, actually. So we'll just leave it for now. Yeah, this spacebar is solid. Sounds good. Enter is solid. Left shift is as solid as the others. Was looking for a long time but couldn't find anything with a numpad that was hot swap. So the Windex, the normal Windex had a numpad, and I think it was also hot swap, but I think they all sold out pretty quickly. All right, happy with that. It's good. Let's put those back for now. What about you? How good are keyboards? What do you got? What are you rocking at the moment? All right, we good. Had to settle for a 1880 or some shit, whatever it's called. 1800? I think that's maybe what you're referring to. All right, we need to take these switches out for now. Alright, that one's all good. One's all good. That one's all good. Alright. Get those two back in there. Alright, let me get this thing ready for reveal. Reveal the brass wedge. Yeah, 1800, that's the full numpad layout. I know a lot of people love the numpads, hey. I very, very, very rarely use it. Do you know what I used it for a lot when I was gaming? Binding macros for, like when I was playing heaps of CSGO, binding all of my different macros to numpad. Boomer keyboard. It is a boomer keyboard. That's funny. We'll leave him up there for now. Actually, we can't. Yeah, whatever. We'll just leave him there for now. Yeah, the macros. All right, let me get this to the side. And then we'll back this kind of stuff up too. Yeah, I tried the Windex at the Melbourne meetup, and that was really nice. Kind of convinced me to get the Windex 65. What's that layout to the left? The layout. Oh, this is 65, but it's got a macro. I'll show you in a second. It's got a left macro and an semi-exploded right setup. It's the class 65 by Studio, which funnily enough is exactly the same company as the Win Studio. They are the same people. I learned that with a bit of research. All right, let's get this to the side. Yeah, this is the exploded 65. So it's got that macro column and the exploded on the side. And my weird 7U layout in the bottom, which I'm used to as of using it for the whole kind of week, so it's been pretty good. All right, shall we? I'm gonna disconnect this guy for now. I'm just gonna put him to the side. All right, let's get this thing out. Standard RAMA box. RAMA works. 7U is easier to reach. Left alt, that's... so that's why I like it. 7U is easy. Yes, it is. Yes, I agree with you. 100%. How you going, Thrash in Tony? Welcome to the stream, man. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. Let us know where you're from. Just to introduce myself, my name is mechB0dyMassage. I am a very, very, very new streamer on Twitch. I like mechanical keyboards, building them. I also like synthesizers and building those too. That's what my stream will go in between. So Saturdays I'll be doing keyboards. On Wednesdays at about 2 p.m. Australian Standard Time, which kind of interweaves nicely into Tuesday evening in the Americas. I'll be doing synthesizer stuff, building synthesizers, probably debugging a lot of them, probably banging my head against the wall, trying to work out why certain things aren't working. But ultimately, we will get there and we will make them work. And I've actually got a couple of other I've got a sequencer, an analog sequencer that I need to repair, so I was going to do that on stream. And I've got another analog synthesizer that I built many years ago that is built but not working very well, so that needs a lot of TLC. But yeah, let's unbox this. I'll show you what I got, but it's not April Fools anymore. RAMA, so there is nothing in here right now, but I will grab it. RAMA send you some very, very thin tissue paper wrapped around your keyboard. So when you pull it out, basically it just gets completely shredded. So I have it, but it's not in this box, but this is the box. I'm from the US and I do start pretty late, so it does work for me. Awesome, man. Which part of the US are you from? Let us know. You East Coast, you West Coast? Yeah, so Wednesdays, I decided to do Wednesdays for the synth stuff because I think probably have a little bit of a crowd in Australia, but I think most of the people that would be potentially interested are going to be in Europe's a hard one because time zones are so completely different. But yeah, a lot of the West Coast, especially the West Coast people in the US, are going to be up around that sort of time. They sort of have a good interleaving time with us in Australia. We are entering daylight savings as of tonight, actually. I think we are. So there may be a little bit of a difference, but it won't be too bad, especially if you're on the West Coast. All right, let's get this beast. Actually, I have actually got something special to hold this thing because, as you guys will see, this thing is an absolute finger magnet. So we're gonna need to use this a little bit. I don't plan to be using it the whole time because they're really hard to sort of use. This is the white glove treatment. This is the Michael Jackson. But let's have a look at this beast. I've got it wrapped in the Canon keys. little setup at the moment, but there's a little sneak peek of that rose gold. Again, it's really, really difficult to see this on camera. I have a Sony A6000 mirrorless, and it does a fantastic job. Just like everything, you know, there's so many variables as to what is translated nicely on camera. But this is the behemoth. Let me just take this off one sec. This thing weighs an absolute freaking ton, man. It is literally solid brass. Solid brass. Give me 2 secs. I'll put this cloth away, and then we'll actually, I might just leave it to the side because we're going to need to use it in some capacity, so we'll just leave it up there for now. All right, so let me give you the tour of this. I'm gonna say it weighs, it's as heavy as my F1. It's heavier. I think it's heavier. It's about as heavy as... It's heavier than the GHS RA. And that weighs 4.6 kilos. So this thing weighs... Too shiny, my thumbs. This is the back. So this isn't the Olivia edition. This is the tank. This is... They made 40 of them. I entered the raffle and literally was sitting there writing some code one day, and they told me that I won. So I was like, you know what? Why not? Literally, why not? It's my first HHKB layout. I'm gonna primarily use it to write code. Let's have a look at the back. I could imagine that board will be difficult to maintain. I'm not gonna lie, man. I think you're 100% correct. It's machined absolutely beautifully. It is stunning, every aspect of it. I'm not super into RAMA boards. Yeah, like I said, I'm not super into the RAMA boards. However, I did always love the design aspect of the M60. Like, that was, for me, a really nice design. But yeah, take a look at the... I don't know if I can try and get a decent angle. Have a look at the thickness of the actual plate. I mean... I've got aluminium plates, POM plates, carbon fiber, you name it. They're about 1.6 mils in height. This is like easily half a centimeter. I'm not sure how this switch is gonna even go in. But yeah, this thing is ridiculous. So yeah, it doesn't translate. It looks a lot more gold on screen, but in person it's actually very rosy. It's got that copper sheen through it. But yeah, can actually see the mill lines. Yeah, you definitely can. Hey, let me try and get that angle again, see if we can see them. But yeah, can you see in that flare of the lens, you can see the mill lines. That is, so apparently a lot of these had defects, and there's basically not much you could do with it. I mean, to throw out a piece of brass that has been milled already to this kind of spec is going to be a lot of money, especially after you've PVD coded a lot of this. So a lot of them did have defect issues. Even with the gloves on, my fingerprints are still going through it. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to maintain. Apparently, I don't know how much it will patina. Max stiffness is an understatement, dude. Like, this thing is so solidly in there, it's literally not going to move ever. It's the stiffest thing you can imagine. I've typed on brass plates before, and I found that, like, even though it's a brass plate, there was still a little bit of, like, you know, a little bit of give in it. There is no give. This is it. That's why I thought Durock, yeah, you can see my fingerprints coming through the gloves. That's why I thought the Durock T1s with a little bit of, so smooth, but with a little bit of tactility is going to add a bit of a nice feel to it. But yeah, this is it. I guess first things first. Let's get the feet on this. We should kind of build this in order, as our good friend Tomato would say, everything in order. But I'm not gonna lie, I do really love the design of this. I love the M60 look and design. Maintenance wise, yes, it's going to be difficult. I couldn't resist, I had to get it. Yeah, now we're here, let's build it. All right, let's get these feet out. This is gonna be fun. I might take the gloves off for a sec, because they're already annoying me. Yeah, this thing is not gonna move in terms of plate. It's definitely very, very stiff. Endgame when it comes to, I call it the Pablo Escobar of keyboards. This is, you know how Pablo Escobar has his, had his like gold-plated AK-47s and Berettas and stuff like that. Like, this is that level. I'm super interested to play with it and see what it's like. I've heard sound demos. I've got a couple other things I'll show you guys in a sec. We'll just chuck this feed on. In terms of acoustic variations to this. I need scissors. That's your airplane over the gate. Yeah, absolutely. This thing is wild, man. Absolutely wild. It kind of is a, yeah, it's a certain era of keyboard design and feel. But yeah, I've heard some sound demos of this and I'm really interested to see if we are going to end up in the same spot or are we going to end up in a bit of a different spot with it. That's what half the fun is, I guess. So, all right, let's make sure we get these things on the right way. I'm guessing they are both exactly the same, so we'll start up here. Goddamn dog hair everywhere. Alright, that one's in. Yeah, the joys of owning. So I have a German pointer, German short haired pointer, and they have obviously by nature very short hair, but they still molt their little eyelash hairs, which is what they look like. That's what we call them. They still molt those all over the place. But yeah. All right, feet are on. Make sure that they're on. All right, I'm gonna, well, we kind of have to build this in reverse because the plate, PCB is going to go like that, face down, screwed into the back of the plate in some capacity. Anyway, let's work it out. That's what we're here to do. This is what they gave me again. So we'll take that out in a sec. We'll get this thing. We'll get this thing prepped up. All right, let's use their tools for now. So they gave me a cable. Definitely not going to use it. They gave me a switch puller. The X, what do they call these? I think it's the XO puller. I already have one. I kind of wish I had a non-metallic version of this. Because yeah, that's gonna be fun pulling out switches from brass with that. All right, let's put that back into here. All right. So what do we got in here? Let's have a look. All right, we've got some, let's get our little screw holder out. I'm not gonna lie, some of these RAMA screws are pretty damn nice. Nice large head, little Torx screws. We've got some smaller screws, I'm guessing for plates, but we'll soon see. And oh, we've got another set of those as well. So let's get it open, because then we need to work out some acoustics. Where's the desk mat from? This is by a designer called Shuangmu. He's on Instagram. It's, I don't know if you can see my little Pepe thing in the corners, sort of not able to show, maybe I can bend it, but it's a Brocaps desk mat. He does the design, gets them all, like he's the runner and everything, gets everything done. But he basically only posts the group buys on Instagram. So if you follow him on Insta, Shuangmu, SHUANGMU, he will, he comes out with certain ones of these, not very often. This was about nearly 6 months ago. And basically you enter your details into a Google form, and then next minute he'll send you he'll send you an invoice, and then months later, once it's built, it just arrives at your house. But yeah, this came in 2 different colors. This came in this, again, the camera's not really showing it, but it's quite green. It's got like a hue of green to it, a tinge of green. But the other one was a full color spectrum as well, which is pretty intense. All right, let's get this thing open. These screws are nice. I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, camera focus. Little T10 M46 screw. All right, let's get those in there. I might just all of them and then flip it over. This is where you need some fingernails. All right, gloves are going back on. So we need to flip this thing over. I want to minimize as much of the fingerprinting as possible at this point. At least till we're kind of, yeah, ready to sort of give it a good test, I guess. All right. All right, came out in 2 pretty easy pieces. Okay, so mounting wise, I guess the PCB is going to mount to here. Daughter boards, working with the golden radiator. That's what it looks like, eh? So daughter board's going to go up here. This is the standard RAMA section for, I'll show you guys. We're definitely going to use it because this thing is going to sound very empty without it. So I got this as well, which is their, what do they call it? The dampener, W02, I think. So let's have a look. Actually, before we do that,
The end of the show this afternoon.
so this is the inside.
This one another original from RAPXP. This one is called On Your Skin. This one forthcoming Sunday.
You can take the back plate off. I don't know if we actually need to do that for this at this point, but we'll see, won't we? Anyway, all right, so first things first, let's get this dampener in. All right, if it wants to open. So this is the silicone dampener. Pretty straightforward. Oh yeah, that fits in quite nicely. Just gonna add a little bit of sound dampening, I think. I've got another method, because we've got a fair bit of clearance inside the actual case. I've got another method for acoustic sort of treatment. Ending that. So let's get this over here just for now. All right. Hey, Tim. Tim, did you miss the reveal? Or did you get the reveal? Just in case you missed it. Doesn't show the rose goldness of it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's literally ridiculous. This is the internals. Yeah, it's absurd. Dude, look at the thickness of the plate. Yeah, so on camera it doesn't look... I'll take some shots and put it on Insta once it's done, but I'll take it with the camera, but in photo mode, which will translate a lot better. No, flex. No, dude. The words flex and this keyboard do not go together. This thing is literally as stiff as it gets. All right, let's get some of this in. Then we'll get the daughter board in. I'm assuming these are going to be pretty similar to other screws. Oh no, they're pretty different actually. Let's have a look. Keen to hear what it sounds like with the sound. Yeah, me too, man. I've got some acoustic foam that we'll use if we need to, but we'll do it without that first. Yeah, I'm interested to know because obviously you're going to get a bit of FR4 sound in here as well because you've got switch hitting FR4, you know, PCB. I don't know how much of the brass plate sound you're going to get. Oh man, I have to take these gloves off, they're really annoying. But yeah, basically, yeah, this thing is going to be an interesting sound aspect. All right, we've come to the kind of end of that that podcast. I'm going to actually work on another one. I actually don't have a keyboard plugged in. Yeah, let's all. We'll just let it play into the next one. That's fine. That is fine. All right. Let's get these screws in. What size head is this? Oh, sweet. The hex thing seems to be fine. All right. Don't need to go too tight. Should be fine. Yeah, so in terms of building this thing, we're gonna have to build it definitely in reverse. I think the daughter board's probably next thing that goes on.
Big shouts to RAPXP for rolling through with a special guest mix. Of course, check us out next week, same time, same place on the one and only Bass Drive. It's 11 a.m. Central, 5 p.m. GMT. With the replay Tuesday mornings, 8 a.m.
All right, that is in. Let's have a look. So if we do daughter board next, let's get the PCB. Actually, you might be able to mount this whole thing as is on this. No, we're not going to be able to. PCB has to go in to here. What points? Yeah, this is interesting. All right, let's get the daughter board on next. I think that's gonna have to happen regardless, right? Yeah, that is gonna have to happen. All right, I'm assuming these are daughter board screws. Their packaging is quite nice. It's very Japanese. It reminds me a lot about Japan and the way Japanese packaging is. Where's my scissors? Yeah. Right, let's take that over there. Let's get these screws in. Wow, this thing is hard to open, man. What the? This is where you need midget fingers. These things are like really tight. Okay, here we go. No, this thing is like, it's harder to open than the bloody case. All right, there we go. Now, let's get this on. These are not gonna be this size. No, they are. 1 hex driver to rule them all. No, actually, let's get that in. Make things easier. And we'll get the rest of these in. Honestly, some days I wish I had small hands. Some of the workings of like building mechanical keyboards and synthesizers as well requires a serious amount of like, up a bit, requires a serious amount of intricate movements that small, big hands just do not have the dexterity to do. All right, third and last. Hello, 020. How you going, man? Thank you for joining. Welcome to the stream. We are building a literal piece of brass and then attaching a keyboard to that. I'm kidding. We are building a absolute ridiculous M60 tank. I actually saw you on Tim's stream the other day. You follow Tim, right? Yeah, I saw you chatting and saying hello in there. So welcome, thank you. I'm mechB0dyMassage. I don't know if you caught my last stream. This is the second time I've streamed. But yeah, I am I guess a split keyboard, mechanical keyboard and synthesizer builder. Yeah, brass streamer. I'm a brass streamer. I'm streaming some serious brass right now. All right, daughter board's in. Hope you're having a nice night, man. Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it. All right, so let's think about this. That's going to flip back onto there. Those 4 screws will attach to it. So I think the PCB needs to be mounted inside this ridiculous brass thing right now. And There are holes for it. Oh, I think you screw it in from the front. Right. That would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so let's get this to the side for now. You get to see me don the white gloves again, buddy. Yeah, it is a top mount. We are donning the Michael Jackson Thriller gloves, because without them, we are going to literally drop fingerprints all over this thing, and I'm not willing to do that just yet. I want to do it as put switches in before screwing in the bottom. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Yeah. Classic Rory. How you going, man? Look at this white. Oh yeah, you had to come in when I'm showing off like the ridiculous keyboard. Thanks for coming in, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, this is my second stream, and this thing is absolutely, obviously ridiculous. So yeah, we're just gonna continue on and probably flip that dude over and then screw him in some capacity, but no. Hold up, let's get this. So, I put in for the raffle and I won. So I thought I'll just take it. I'll build it. Wow, that's my second stream. Thanks, man. Yeah, no, I literally did not expect to win. Like, I literally just put one entry in, and was like, oh yeah, this will be funny. And I got an email like the next day or the second day, or whenever they drew it, and they were like, oh, congratulations, you won. I thought it was, I was getting fished. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go. And then I was like, wait a sec. So I went through like 15 steps to verify that it was actually legitimate before I sent a whole bunch of money over to them. But yeah, it is actually a thing. So we mount that. Oh, no, it's kind of a reverse top mount, so I was right. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so we need to get some screws into these points here, here, and here, and here, and here. All right, let's do that. Don't need the gloves again. I'm donning the crazy gloves because it's literally a fingerprint magnet. It's like the GHS raw base. It's like the first second I took that out of the, I took it out of the case, it was just like covered in fingerprints. So yeah, at least try and get through part of this without having to do that. I'm guessing we're going to need some of the small screws for this. There's only 2 in there, so we're going to need some more of these, which are really painful to open. Anywho, how's your night going, man? What have you been up to? Floating around? Checking out streams? Having a few drinks? Might actually go get a beer in a little bit. Wouldn't be a bad time. Just chilling, doing some renders. Nice. Nice. Very nice, man. Yeah. Man, these freaking bags, I'm telling you, what the hell? These things are absurd. Let's get this thing open with some force. Might actually just cut it the whole way through. I'm not gonna really need it again. All right, there we go. Screws out. Naked Einstein, welcome to the chat, man. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Hope you're having a nice night. We are building a ridiculous wedge of solid brass and attaching a keyboard to that. So it's yeah, it's starting to come to fruition. Stabilizers are done. PCB is tested. That M60 is, yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, man. How's your night been? Hopefully pretty good. Oh, Drift, how's it going, man? Welcome back, thank you. Thanks for coming again, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, I hope you're having a nice night. I really wish yeah, this is the second stream, man. I've got a little bit of a schedule, so I'm going to try and stick to it a little bit. On Wednesdays, I'll go into building some synthesizers. But Saturdays, I'll reserve for building some keyboards, modifying keyboards, having fun with keyboards. Got sick this week, so I went okay. Thanks for the follow, Naked Einstein. Really appreciate it, man. Did you get COVID, or was it just something else? Because I know a lot of people that have COVID right now, which sucks. Brother-in-law's partner just got it. My auntie just got it. Yeah, I'll give you a good view in a sec. Just let me get this couple of screws in, and then I'll show you. Not COVID, all the symptoms though. All right. So you tested negative. I know a lot of people that tested. Yeah, I know. It really is, hey. It seriously is. Look, everyone I know that is fully vaxxed and has got COVID said it's like having the bad flu. Touch wood, I haven't had it. It's like having a really bad flu, and I guess the bonus of being vaccinated is that you are going to live to tell the tale. Whereas if you're not, you have some serious, you've got some bad, like not bad, you've got some high chances of becoming extremely sick, ending up in a really bad spot. So yeah, let me get this in. I'll flip it over. The camera doesn't do it justice. It looks like gold, but it's not. It's really quite rosy at the end of the day. So yeah. All right, we're nearly ready to flip this thing over. Just as before we put the base back on. All right, that seems to be. Oh no, one more. All right, almost there. You will perish. You will perish from not being vaccinated, or you will perish from getting whacked in the head by a probably 5+ kilo piece of brass. That's what this friggin' ridiculous thing. I was saying before, this thing like definitely weighs more than the RA. Not by a lot, but definitely more. All of the above. Hands down, man. Hands down. If COVID doesn't get you, this M60 tank will smash you straight in the face and you're done. Yeah, this thing definitely, if not even to the RA, it weighs more than the RA. And that thing weighs an absolute bloody ton. I thought the F1 was heavy, but like, yeah, the RA is even heavier. All right. Here it is. It's absurd. You can see the plate. It's absurd. Yeah, the camera doesn't really do it justice in terms of like the rose sort of finish, but as I was saying before, like I've always really enjoyed the look and layout of something like the M60. Didn't get the chance to sort of get one, unfortunately. And then, yes, when I saw these guys were gonna put this out and flipped one entry in, and you know, I guess luck was on my side at that point in time. All right. Someone was saying test fit switches before we put the plate in. It's probably not a bad idea, because then I could at least test everything before I kind of put it all back together. So yeah, maybe we do that. Like a mirror. Yeah, oh yeah, it's like a bloody mirror. Absolutely. You can see the camera like perfectly in it. I did read on their webpage that a lot of people, not a lot, there were definitely defects with it. I got really lucky and this thing's in like absolute mint condition. So we're chucking in some of these bad boys today. Durock T1 Sunflowers. I was saying before, if you guys didn't hear, I think this really needs quite a muted switch, and I think these are going to be that muted switch for it, considering that there's going to be hella acoustic, how do I say it? Hella acoustic potential reverb / resonance within this thing. So we'll play with it and see. Interestingly, the stabs The stab cutouts were really nice. They weren't tight, so that's good. All right, let's get some switches in. Make sure these aren't bent. So yeah, these are lubed with 205 grade 0 and a little bit of 105 on the springs, but probably can't hear it because of noise gate. They're pretty damn muted in comparison to, I don't know, this Raid that is like literally a clack monster. Yeah. Let's get some, well, let's test the stabilizer positions first. All right, that was pretty damn tight, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, let's not do that. Let's just get them in there. Let's just get them in there. YOLO, baby. That's how we do things. Make sure these are all pretty damn. Yeah, I can hear a lot of resonance already. That's all right. Well, we are sitting it on the table with no feed, so there's no acoustic isolation actually occurring right now. Let's see. Let's take that boy out so it's really going in nicely. Make sure these are nice and straight before we ram them into the hot swap sockets. Oh yeah, this is tight, man. Holy shit, this is tight. Hopefully we don't have to remove many of these. Really interesting. Might end up in scuff land. Yep, these are tight. These are tight. Yeah, I've ordered I've got a whole bunch of different switches sort of come through recently that I'm kind of keen to try. I ordered some OP Blacks from Ilum KB. They've come through. Apparently they're not too bad. Apparently they need some work. I've got a, what else have I got that I haven't put in anything at the moment? I've got some penguins, which I was speaking to a switch doctor about the other day, and she's like, they're horrible. So be interested to try how horrible they are. But yeah, I put Raids into number 2 key colt, which was really nice. The short travel distance makes for an interesting typing experience. I'm actually going to probably rebuild that thing. This is epically tight. Yeah, I'm probably going to rebuild that with a different plate. I've got a half aluminium plate in there at the moment, but I've got some other plates that I'm going to need to try as well. Ooh. Any word on the drop pandas? Apart from the fact that they went on sale, or any like people actually using them, etc. What have I heard? I think some folks have reviewed them already and said that they're not too bad. I don't know, maybe someone else on chat's got some insight, good, bad. They're definitely not like OG Holy Pandas is what I've heard, but then again, you know, that's probably always going to be the case. Yeah. I think Theremin Goats, that's a bit inconsistently lubed, that one. Might have to take that out, play with it. Yeah, I think Theremin Goats got a bit of a review up. I know maybe Shoobs had a review up, I think. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Not 100% sure. They weren't cheap. The first round was not too bad, but I think the second round they bumped up in price pretty significantly. I don't know, did anyone else in chat purchase them, see much more about them? Drop your thoughts, let us know. I would definitely try them, 100%. I like to try different switches. I think each switch has their place, hands down. Some of them are, I don't know, I've tested so many different switches in, you know, the same keyboard, and they all sound completely different, feel completely different. But most of them, in fact, all of them except for one switch didn't work. And that keyboard was, you know, that wanted a certain feel, a sound to make everything sort of bind together the right way. So yeah, it's fun testing it. Can be laborious. Hot swap makes it obviously a hell of a lot easier, and mil maxing makes it a hell of a lot easier. But I think they have had their improvements. Main difference will be 5-pin versus the old 3-pin. Yeah, apparently, from like what Theremin Goat said, like they're, you know, they're pretty good recreation of what the other ones were. I'm kind of trying to work out. There seems to be a lot of people that are just like anti 3-pin. And then I'm trying to work out like why there is such a, you know, a dislike to 3-pin versus just standard 5-pin. I mean, like I've used 3-pins in heaps of builds and they were completely fine. Does it add that much more stability when you're soldering in the actual pins anyway? Yeah, I'm sort of keen to work out why people are sort of like specifically not, you know, super into 3-pin stuff. Like the raids were 3-pin and they seem to sit inside the PCB pretty damn nicely. And once they were soldered in, there was no way that they were gonna. I guess it's easier. I mean, like the debate that I hear is stability of the actual pin, but of the actual switch. But even in, I guess in hot swap sockets, the tolerances can be a little bit different between the different hot swap sockets. So you may notice some wobble, some stability issues, I guess. But yeah, I mean, most of my builds are soldered anyway, so I don't really notice it per se. You know, as long as it sits in there pretty damn smooth. Stability and alignment, yeah, that's what I thought for sure. I watched your stream the other day when you put the what were you were doing something with the F1. I think you were putting it polycarb plate, the polycarb plate. And you were having like some serious thumb pain getting switches in through that plate. Yeah, I've had a few like that where it was like, and these things really don't want to go in. Oh, the Galatea PCB, that's right. Yeah, that's so interesting. It must have been, oh, you had the Seal BCPs, right? That's interesting because I've used the Galatea PCB. I had to drill holes out because the leg holes were way too, oh, what'd you use? Like a Dremel to like make them a little bit wider. Yeah, so it must have been the Seal bottoms. I don't know. I'm assuming it would have been that. And it was all, oh, okay. Maybe it was that PCB. I've got a Galatea PCB that I put on a Frog. Literally no issues at all. With MX Blacks. Completely fine. So yeah, you might have got a really, really tight PCB. I know a lot of people that got the RA that were trying to mil max it were like literally fighting to get the sockets in there. And then most of them didn't even solder the sockets because they were so firmly in place. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously all the PCBs come from different factories. Everyone's got their tolerances and what have you. Had you experienced something like that before with a different PCB or like to that level? Or was it kind of just that one? The Class 65 that I built last week, the Durocks, the Cobalts went in. They required a fair bit of force to like get in. But once they were in, there was no moving. But they not to the level of what you were doing, where you were like literally standing over your desk to get them. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's got their different tolerances and what have you, so there's always going to be slight differences. I've had a couple of PCBs where the tolerances were so loose that the soldering effort took me 3 times as long because I just like had to do everyone individually, realign them. Absolute pain in the ass. So it all differs. No, I never had an FR4 plate tight as shit before. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've had, which plate did I have that was similar? Icky 68 Aurora. I literally thought I was either going to snap the PCB or break every switch before I got them out. And it was so ridiculously tight. I did break a couple of creams getting them in and out. There was really basically no option otherwise. I didn't break them, like, that was salvageable, but basically just turned them into Franken switches anyway. But yeah, that Icky 68, man, holy shit. Hope they do something with that. Get this one out without trying to rip grass. It didn't come out too bad. But again. Yeah, I know a lot of people had issues with the Icky 68. I'm actually really looking forward to the next one. So my wife, I built the first Icky 68 for my wife and she absolutely loves it. She uses it every day. Tomato, Tim put MX Blacks into the Galatea PCB for my frog that he built on stream. And as far as I know, Tim, if you're still working around, there was no issues whatsoever. And I've used one on my F1 as well, and it was completely fine. The Galatea. Got a Heine PCB, might do the tungstens. Tomato is here. Smooth, no incident build. So we didn't have to put a new counter up. Yeah, actually, that went really smooth. It's so funny when Swag does a drop for the frogs. The Heine PCBs go so fast, man. People are like absolutely like enamored by the Heine PCB. It literally goes like as fast as possible. I'm worried about that switch. We'll soon see. All right, we're getting close. Okay, that one really is so tight, man. Holy shit. Right, fingerprints are happening. What can you do? YOLO, YOLO. Oh, I'm waiting all right. Yeah, I've never really had many issues with different PCBs. I remember the Owl Labs bloody PCBs were really hard to get switches into some of the hot swap sockets due to the like absurd flex plate. Sorry, the flex PCB. But that switch stays inside. That kind of was all good. It just took a little bit of extra play. All right, we couple away. I've never had like the experience of like popping hot swap sockets out like some people have. I don't even know how some people get to that kind of position. Like, must put some serious amount of force on like a hot swap socket to do that. And yeah, I've never, or the taking them out of the socket and people are like busting sockets doing that. It's like, man, just be a little bit less hardcore with them. All right, we kind of need to test the daughter board. Well, the PCB is fine. All right, getting on the bloody crazy gloves again. I really don't want to put these things on, but let's just do it so we don't get billion fingerprints for at least the first bit. All right, let's get this PCB in, test it. Well, before we do that, I actually put him just there for now. Actually, that's a silly idea. It's gonna go this side easier. So this is gonna be hard with these freaking gloves on, man. Okay, it's actually not as hard as I thought it would be. All right, that's in. Let's do a little bit of a test. Did we get a bing bong? All right. Sorry, I didn't put it on the beta tester. Where's Via? And we looking good, boys. Or ladies, if there are any ladies here. All right. Getting there. Cool. Okay, that's good. So let's take this out. Let's go back to here. Now we need to do some maneuvers. Ah, the gloves, they're all stuck. All right, we're good, Good, fam. I'm assuming that we just go like that. All right, we're a bit off here. Why? Let's have a look. Freaking gloves, bro. Did a PCB? Okay, let's have a look. I think it's the board cable that is causing us a little bit of a jam. Yeah, it's the routing of the daughterboard cable against that, whatever you call it, dampness sort of thing. So, there a nicer way to route it like that specifically. All right, let's see if we can do this. All right, I think that went on. This thing is so ridiculous. Oh yeah, we're good. All right, we'll get some screws on. We'll get some keycaps on. And then, yeah, let's hear the sound. I don't know, I reckon chat, place your bets on what it's gonna sound like. I'm still thinking it's gonna sound a little bit resonant-y. That's a word. Yeah, let's have a look. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it'll still sound a little bit on the... Yeah, I mean, those the Durock T1s that I've got in there literally do not make a sound. They feel like they're silent. But against FR4, there's going to be some, clack. Well, not clack. There's going to be some, some note. The dampeners in there. I do have a bucket load of old acoustic foam that I've used in my studio, which does help really balance out resonance. I've used a couple of boards before. That could be an option. Assembly and disassembly of this thing's actually not too bad, not gonna lie. So if we have to pop it open again, we pop it open, but All right. Yeah, everything screws in pretty damn easily. Get that over there. Let's flip this back over. Fingerprint magnet is already fingerprintized. All right. Let's just clean up a little bit. We'll get some keycaps on there. And let's test this ridiculous brass wedge. Yeah, a little bit fingerprinty. We have to deal with that. Interesting. All right, let me get some keycaps on there. Might move it over just a little bit. Get this over here. Get this over here a bit. Get this over here. Take these friggin' gloves off for a sec because they're friggin' annoying. All right. First test, spacebar, or should we leave that last? Nah, let's leave that last. Let's get buddy good old enter on first. Oh yeah, it's so resonant. Oh my god, it sounds like brass. It sounds like it is fully brass. Oh yeah, oh my god. It's literally just pure brass. This is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. These JTK trays flip. No, I'm not gonna try that. Probably just rip the head off them. Well, let's just get the spacebar and then you know what it sounds like already, so that's good. Yeah, I am. Hi Wink, nice to meet you, man. Thank you for dropping by. I am from Melbourne, Australia. My name is mechB0dyMassage. This is my second stream. And yeah, we're building a ridiculous piece of brass that we've attached a keyboard to. Basically, it's almost in its final stages. We're just going to get the keycaps on there. And we are going to, yeah, give it a bit of a test and see. Top alphas aren't too bad at this point. So, as you know, I've been Wink, what are you up to? Obviously, you're not from Australia, judging by the fact that you asked me if I am. So where are you from, man? The light tactility of these is actually quite nice. They're smooth and like very light bump. I think Boneyard goes nice with the rose gold too. It's an interesting sound. It kind of reminds me of like water hitting tin. You know, like when it rains outside and you've left like some, I don't know, like you've got that pot in your garden or something like that. And it's like, that's, oh, you are from Australia? Where are you from, man? Yeah, that's the kind of sound that it reminds me of. I'd be interested to test a bit of acoustic foam in here, but I don't think there's much that can be done to this. Let's just put it that way. That switch is, that's it, that's better. Wait, did I go one over? I think I did, hey. What was our key tester? Escape, will be split backspace. I think I need to move one over? No. Unless HHKB is tilled. You're from Melbourne. Force brake mod might do something. Dude, what do you force brake though? I guess, yeah, there's a little bit of like force brake area just like here. Probably not much there. I'm definitely going to open it up again. Hold on, let me get this in. Yeah. I definitely feel like... Hold on, let's just reset this. Oh no, so... Escape, 1, 2, 3, did it. Oh, backslash is up there. Interesting. Yeah, I don't not a HHKB user at this point, but we are going to. That's a row. That's a row 3 backspace. Oh, there we go. No, we're good. We're good. We have a larger one. We'll go there. Yeah, force break definitely is going to... Are we going to do delete backspace? I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think force break will help in some capacity. Yeah, so delete. Where's our big delete? It's hard to describe. It's like... It's not ping. I guess it could be called ping, but it's more just like epic brass meets FR4. I don't know. We'll have to do some testing, hey. Backspace. This is going to be fun typing on this thing. Tab. You're from Melbourne, Wink. Where in Melbourne are you? What brings you here on a Saturday night? I do like the grey on the rose gold. It definitely looks quite nice. It's full caps lock, not stepped, and get these bad boys in. Are you in Beaumaris? Oh, that's funny, man. I grew up down around that area. Not in Beaumaris, in Bentley. But then I actually lived in Canberra. I left home when I was like towards the end of 17, 18, and then went to Canberra for years and years to work, like 12 years, and then came back to Melbourne. I live up in the north side, but my family sort of still lives around that area. My brother was actually a teacher in Beaumaris for many years. All right, we're getting there. Oh, Tim. Wait, I gave my force break materials to Tim. You still got them, right, Tim? How's your night been, Wink? Oh, layers, 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 back to layers. So we need just normal right, shift. No, that's big right shift. I don't know if I've got the fitting for this. Unless, no, it's not that. We're gonna have to go essentially as such. Need function. You couldn't rearrange these. Then it's left windows. So control. Good place is a good place in Beaumaris. It is. Beaumaris is lovely. We need little control. Actually, little super is what we need. Need left alt, 7U style. We need right alt, 7U style. Both functions. I guess we could essentially remap that to whatever we want. So we'll have another small FN. We do meta. It's pretty meta. Meta's pretty meta. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. It's gonna go exactly the way that I thought it would go. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all. Let's use this to move it for now. Over to here. All right, well, let me just get this sort of a little bit center. Get some of these goddamn fingerprints off here. Thank God for microfiber. Really not going to make much difference to me jamming a whole bunch more fingerprints. Capacity. Microfibers are such a good job. This is it in its first edition. I actually don't have any force break mod materials with me because I let Tim borrow them and still has them, which is fine. But I do have acoustic foam, so that will be interesting. But I guess we have a listen to it, eh? This will be funny. This will be really funny. All right, let me get my other mic set up. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna grab a drink and I will be right back. 2 seconds. All right. Let's test out this wildly absurd piece of brass and then let's modify it. Because that's what we like to do, don't we? All right, let me get this mic in here. Should kind of work, I guess. All right, let's go. Give me 1 sec. Let's get our Zenvia off. Let's get our browser on. All right. So let's zap our music for a second. Let's turn. No, Tim, this is gonna be so funny, bro. It literally sounds like. Oh, you'll hear it in a second. It sounds like water on tin, but thicker. All right, let me flip over to the other mic. I guess you guys can probably hear me through the other mic. Well, bad is a subjective word, so, it's got a sound. Let's just put it that way. It's basically exactly what I expected it to be. But I am interested in definitely testing out some modifications and seeing where we can take this thing. But let's, I guess, yeah, can you guys, you getting good, decent feedback through the other mic? This is this one now. So, all right. Cool. So, this is a RAMA M60 Tank Edition. It is rose gold. It is huge and weighs a ton. It has a integrated plate. It has a HHKB layout. We are using Durock T1 Sunflowers that have been lubed with Krytox 205 grade 0 with a little bit of 105 on the springs. We are using Durock V2 Stabilizers, the smoky ones. They've been wired. So the wires have got BDZ on them, and I've used this stuff, the cello tape, whatever you call it, the glide tape, inside the actual housings, just to make sure that they're nice and tick free, which they seem to be, and a bit of 205 grade 0 on the housings. And yeah, let's have a listen to this thing. This is going to be pretty damn funny. All right. Oh, backspace. 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 I'm not used to HHKB. Give me 1 sec. I'm actually just going to remap something. Give me 1 sec. I'm actually just going to make this backspace too, just for now. While I actually... It has an interesting sound. It does. Give me 1 sec. Let me make this... Where is bloody backspace on VIA? There we go. All right, cool. We've got 2 backspaces for now. That may be a little bit easier. I'm sucking on HHKB. Oh my god. Interesting. I don't know why it sounds cheap, if that makes sense, like a toy. It's exactly what it sounds like. Switches are really smooth and I like them. Feedback is really minimal on these T1s, and that's quite nice. But yeah, this thing is literally it's got a sound of its own, and it's very brassy. Let's have a listen to some of the mods anyway. Give me 1 sec. Alphas. So what's the plan? how are we going to make this sound good? Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm wondering, like, these are really muted switch. So I'll probably, I mean, if we went something clackier, the resonance is just going to absolutely, hold on, let me go back to the other mic. Hello? Yeah, so if we went something clacky, the resonance is just going to absolutely boom. So tape mod, yeah. I've got tape. Do we tape? I'm usually like very anti-tape mod. But so I guess the bonus of a tape mod is you are effectively putting a low pass filter on the resonance. So that should bring it down. Yeah, obviously. I reckon if I'm gonna do it, so I'm thinking of two things. Yeah, you've still got my other material for force breaking, that nylon tape, so I can't use that at the moment, but that's fine. That's probably one thing that needs to happen. The other thing that needs to happen is acoustic foam. No, it's all good, man. Who cares? Acoustic foam, which I'm going to go slice up a few little pieces for now and get that in there. But maybe we do this. Maybe we test at least 4 layers of tape, at least, and a whole bunch of acoustic foam. I think we can make it better. I'm not going to resign to the fact that it sounds like a really tinny brass bunch of tin, if that makes sense. So give me 2 seconds. Let me go get some of this foam. Let me get my tape. I've got 2 different kinds of tape. Yeah, I reckon I can make it better. Like, sometimes I think it's nice to keep the original characteristics of a keyboard, but this sound is, it's exactly like every other demo that I heard being put online with it. It's got a sound, but for a keyboard of this kind of caliber, how much can you do to it to make it better? I think we can definitely give it a 20% improvement. If we get anything higher than that, that's like a huge bonus. So give me 2 seconds and let's do a couple of basic mods and see what we can do to this thing. In terms of, I think tape mod's actually probably, as much as I'm like, I don't use it for anything else because I really don't think most other keyboards would need it per se. There's definitely some keyboards that obviously benefit from it. But I think some acoustic foam and some tape is definitely going to round out a bit of the sound. Maybe give us a little bit more of the switch PCB flow of sound acoustics that we're looking for. So give me 2 secs and I'll grab some stuff. All right, let me get some music back on for us to jam out to while we're here. All right, here's what I got. Let's start with the acoustic foam. Pretty basic. Used it before, as you can see. Let's see. I mean, there's a fair bit of clearance inside there. We're not going to have to worry about any kind of bounce inside this keyboard. So definitely can jam a fair bunch. I actually have polyfill too. Maybe it may be interesting to go polyfill and this. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, let's try something because we got to make this thing sound better. I've got this tape and I've got this tape. Do we go the Scotch blue or do we go the, what do you call this? Masking tape. Maybe we go, All right, well, first things first. Let's get this thing bloody open again. You flip it over. Crazy board is crazy. All right, let's get this thing open. Let's have a look at where the force break. I'll clip your first typing test so we can do a before and after. Yeah, do that. That'd be great. Thank you, Tim. All right, get these screws over here. Woo! Got a screw incident. Tim, we had a tomato screw incident. Now we're good. That's flying screws. All right, let's get these open. Come on, screw. All right, I probably need to get these on just to flip it for now. Yeah, it'll just make it easier. All right. All right, let's get this open. So, might just disconnect this guy for now. Don't really need him. Let's get him off to the side. Yeah, so we got a bit of room for acoustic foam. Gonna need to make a little bit of mod for the tape. I think I might use the blue tape because the blue tape seems to stick. Oh, that's all right, cool. I know exactly what it sounds like. I'm sure it's etched in your memory forever. I need to do it after you end the stream when the VOD is up. Yeah. We can do a Does Twitch do chapters? Like you can be like, oh, this happened at this point. Like, yeah, no, definitely. You remember. It's all right, bro. It's etched for life. Never unforget that. Do I take the PCB out? No, I can't. The switches are in there. I don't want to take that out, so I'm just gonna tape mod it in place. Because, yeah, taking the switches out is gonna be fun. Let's use this stuff. For science, yes, for science. All right. All right. Where is the edge of this thing? All right, here we go. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on, please. All right. What are we gonna need? For science, baby, for science. What we do. Yeah, that's pretty good, I reckon. You can go bigger now. Yeah, this stuff's way stickier, which is kind of... Okay, that was way shorter than what I wanted. All right, let's use that as our guiding rail because that was really short. So I'm just gonna stick it on for now. And we'll use our next one as our better judgment. Yeah, okay. Kind of like right at the edge here. for science. Okay, that's good. Maybe a mil off the end. Might use him still, so we won't waste him. Alright, here's a good size. Do we tape mod only first and then go to acoustic, or do we acoustic as well as tape mod? I think both is going to be 100% needed. Maybe this guy's perfect for the bottom. He actually is. Maybe I'll just chop a little bit. That would be nice, but it's up to you. I mean, it's fairly easy to open, so yeah. You've been live for 3+ hours. What's an acceptable live time for building a keyboard? Tell me what the acceptable time period is. I am a noob. Maybe I do. All right. Oh no, I feel good. I'm all good. I'm all good. I'm all good. We need a little cutout for that guy, so we'll do a little bit of cutting here. Acceptable is 12 hours. Yeah, not gonna happen. I've seen some guys who are like punching the crazy 12 all-day streams, whatever they call them. All right. Take a bit off this guy. All right, he's good. We'll make a little cutout. Like a little, I guess. Yeah, sort of here. You can always fix him. Yeah, you always got to cut those little corners out, hey? Right, might make a little bit more of an adjustment on him, but that's all right. Let's get a few layers in here. I mean, so that's kind of like one. Without creating a mess in here. Peel him back, make a little bit more off. All right, we good? Good. All right, we're gonna need a couple here. We're gonna really need to like add a lot of low pass reso. Professional tape job, thanks, bro. Let's get a few light. Yeah, let's get a few layers in. Yeah, this stuff is. Why is my scissors not cutting this? Having a mad time with the scissors right now. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a few layers on this. Definitely. All right. Another decent layer across. All right. What do you reckon, Tim? 4? I'm kind of feeling like potentially 4. This thing needs work, bro. This is like it's rocked up to the surgery and it's like after a bad car accident. It needs work. I do like 3? All right, well, we can stop at 3. That's fine. Go off to the side, please. Yeah, this blue tape is so much better than the other stuff. This actually adheres to what it's supposed to. Right, so that's almost 2. All right, let me get that going. All right. Yeah, so need a little cutout for this guy. That should be all right. A little bit more of a cutout. Going full mods, sending full mods here. All right, last one. Top alphas weren't the worst. Middles were pretty gruesome. Bottom row is pretty gruesome. All right, what do we got here? Let's get this here. Right, that's so. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, we just need to fix that guy up a little bit, then we're good. We're good. All right, almost done. This is how you tape mod without having to friggin' rip shit off, which is what you want. All right, last 2 layers. 3 max. I think 3 is probably all I care to do anyway. All right, last one. For science, for science. All right. That should stay pretty good. Let's get a tape over here. Scissors with the tape. Just friggin' hate those gloves, bro. But what do you do, mate? What do you do? All right, boys, this is for science. If I can put them on the right way. Wait, was that the right way? I feel like that was not the right way. Yeah, no, that wasn't the right way. I really don't want to put them on because they're kind of a bit lame. I'll lie. Alright, so let's get this back into here. And then line that sort of there. Nah, that daughterboard cable's a pain in the ass. Struggling to put it on. Yeah, I know. Think about it. How do we get this daughterboard lined up a bit better? It's because it... See, like this part here, it sort of sticks into that. So what we'll do is get the bottom in. Then keep it sort of up the top. No, we have to go top first, sorry. Bottom first does not work. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good once we tighten that down a bit. I think I've seen Rory tape the cable to the cable. It's actually not a bad idea whatsoever. I think for the next time we open it, which is probably going to have to happen anyway. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe we'll do that. All right, almost ready again. All right. Okay. It's at least 10% better. At least 10%. For science, we do things. At least 10%. I'm gonna say that, at least. But I've only heard like a couple of keys. So. I need a full typing test. Yes, you will definitely get this. You will get this. You will get this. All right. All right. Just gonna pause the music on my side. I need a full typing test before I can judge. Small side note, HHKB layout is sexy. It really is. I do love it. It will take me a little bit to get used to where delete is. That's fine. I know a lot of people like hate on a layout because they just can't get used to it. But like persistence is everything with these things. Like, you know, I modify my layouts all the time. Hey, Smeko, how you going? Good timing. Well, actually, for science, you made it at the right time. Because the first typing test was very interesting. It's etched into our brains. Not because I can't type on HHKB, which that was part of the issue. But the sound. But we have now dismantled the behemoth and tape modded it because we want to effectively drop some of that that higher frequency. It's not it's not ping in a traditional ping sense. It is ping. It actually is. It kind of sounds like I don't want to align it to this, but when I first built the Q1, the Keychron, and then I had to like tape mod it, polyfill it, tape it, you name it. I actually ended up taking the tape off that and just went polyfill, tape, force break. Yeah. As you can imagine, a bloody 5+ kilo piece of brass with a brass plate like this thick is going to, it looks ridiculous, hey. I'll show you up on the camera in a sec. We're just gonna have a little typing test. So yeah, basically we dismantled it and we put a bunch of tape. And I've also got this stuff, which is acoustic foam, which I've used on keyboards before, and it does make a huge difference. So we're going for what was our cutoff, Tim? I think we said 20% improvement would be huge, and anything over that's going to be a bonus. So effectively, yeah, that's what we're going with at the moment. Anyway, let's get this set up. Give me 1 sec. All right. And yeah, my typing is going to be scuffed because I've actually never typed on HHKB before. Let me flip over to the other mic. All right, you should be hearing me through this one now. All right, here we go. So this is tape modded. 20%, that's what we're going for. Okay, 20%. Yeah, it's much better. It's much better. Way less ping. I reckon if it's force braked, well, actually, we didn't have a good look at that, but it easily sounds better. Like, night and day better. Before it was the nicest way possible, was pretty absurd. I wish I didn't have your tape. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the VOD clip thing? Would you try masking tape force break? Nah, I reckon the nylon stuff's way better. But that's okay. Like, we can make it sound better in that. I definitely think with some of this acoustic foam in there, I think we'll just round it out a little bit more, like another 10%, and it's going to be a much better improvement. But let's have a look at the... I'll chuck on the mods again so you can hear. Alphas. Yeah, so definitely, yeah. I'm telling you, if you were here before and you listened to it and you heard it now, you would be like, okay, it's a lot better than where it was. There's not much, let me rephrase that. This thing is so ridiculous that it's going to take some work. Anyway, let me move this and let me don my Michael Jackson Bad Boys, and I'll give you a quick view of what it looks like. It is a beautiful looking board. I'm not gonna lie, like, it looks absolutely stunning. The camera, like I was saying, it's a fingerprint magnet. As I was saying to chat before, the camera doesn't quite get the rose gold of the actual sort of board itself. But it is an absolute beautiful looking board. It would look absolutely stunning with those Alluvia keycaps, the Alluvia key set with the aluminium sort of plate. Sorry, the aluminium caps. Yeah, yeah. It would look absolutely stunning with that. So yeah, I definitely think it sounds a lot better, but yeah, it would look ridiculous. I mean, like, it's a showpiece for sure. It's definitely a showpiece. It's definitely a showpiece. Hold on, let's flip it over. Time to go shopping. Weren't those out on like group buy recently, or they finished recently, or they're being sent now? I'm not 100% sure. Something like that. All right, let's pop this thing open. Yeah, they were they on group buy recently, or they've actually been manufactured already? Let me get some music back on just quickly. Sweet. They were pre-order at DC last. Oh, okay, right. How much were they? They were really expensive, weren't they? Were they like over 500 or something for the set or more? I know Dommy Key had some. Is it the Link Fire ones that are like aluminium as well? Pre-order was 600. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's what I thought. All right, screws are out. Let's get those bad boys back over here for now. All right. Actually, do this way. All right. Let's flip it. Actually, that's all right. I'll live up there for now. You need to go back on anyway. All right, so tape mod, definitely a good success. I might have to tape this down like you were saying. Yeah, I mean, put it this way. I've got a whole bunch of keyboards and they all have their own character, sound, feel. But they all sound way better than this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna proverbially put lipstick on a pig at this point in time. So, you know, I mean, like, what's this without being honest? I mean, I'm serious. Like, I've got a whole bunch of keyboards that literally sound like 500 times better than this. But that's cool. That's cool. Let's see what we can do for science to make this sound palatable and usable on a daily basis. All right. I got some of this. Oh yeah, force brake. Actually, so here, all along here, I would do. Where else would I do? Probably, I don't know if you guys can see, but just not the outer edge here, but the inner edge inside. I would probably do, oh yeah, like against these mount points, 100%. Yeah, so force brake, I think force brake would actually work relatively well with this. But let's put some foam in and have a listen. Let's use this stuff, and then I've got polyfill. Maybe we'd try that. All right. So we need to do this in such a way that we are going to be able to close the case. Do we do like thin strips of it? Or do we do bits? Floaty bits. I think thin strips. Yeah, I think I'm feeling thin strips. But then maybe is it just better to put polyfill in? Let's try thin strips. This stuff compresses really well, and we'll just add some density. All right, let's test this out. What do we got? Yeah, strips for sure. That's what I'm thinking as well. I did like little bits around the the mods of the RA to make that ping just even out, and that worked absolute wonders. It got rid of the whole thing, the whole issue with ping, which kind of worked beautifully. That was a pretty bad strip, but we can make it better. We can make it better. I'll do a couple of these for sure. All right. That one's a bit ugly. Yeah, that stuff compresses down pretty damn well. All right. Let's make a few more of these. Wish it was a bit easier to sort of cut, but that, well, I mean, like cut in a nicer. Need like a hot knife or something. Have you seen those wires with the voltage running through them? That's pretty cool. I'm not doing a bad job. We can... It probably feels like a way easier because you can just mold it any which way you kind of want, but it is really messy. Especially when you just take it out of like an old pillow, or it's not a pillow, like a, what do you call it? Yeah, I guess like an old crappy pillow or something like that. Let's do a little bit more of this. Make some like... It's just to absorb sound, really. I like the sound, but I don't like using it. Of polyfill, you're saying? Yeah, like for acoustics, it definitely works. That's for sure. But yeah, using it's an absolute, and it just goes everywhere. You get the little hairs that sort of like poke out the side, and you have to, fix those. All right. I think that's enough for now. We have to maneuver. Well, this is actually... Yeah, okay, let's see how we go. I feel like we may get it back on okay. I feel like we may have a bit of an issue getting it back on. But... let's have a look. All right. May help us align this a little bit better. Interesting. Gonna need a little bit of work here to get it in. Is it bucketing near you, Tim? All right. Gonna have to really sandwich this bad boy down. That's okay. All right, let's see how we go here. Yeah, it's absolutely bucketing here right now. All right. I want to... Come on, gloves make it so difficult. It's turning the other way. All right, we might have to rethink this a little bit. Okay, no, we're good. I mean, it's a fair bit of pressure on it, but let's not go too crazy. Enough to sort of close it off. It's kind of gonna be enough for now. All right. How we go? Probably almost the same, I'm gonna say. Probably almost the same. So I think force brake definitely. Yeah, all right, we'll have a listen, I'll show you. Yeah, I think force brake's gonna add another tape too powerful. No, tape is like the savior so far. I just don't think the I think force brake's gonna be the next savior. All right, let me just pause the music. You might hear some rain come through. Let's just get it. All right, I'm just gonna put my other mic on. All right. What? All right, cool. All right, we should be working. All right, so this is with acoustic foam, tape mod. Let's have a listen. Yeah, pretty much the same. Maybe a slight dampening, but it's like within the realm of, what do they call it in science? What's the realm of, it's not tolerance. Randomness. Here, let's have a listen to the mods. I'm asking yeah. So I think with force brake, it'll knock a shitload of that ping back. Yeah, I mean, it's probably, another few extra percent better, more muted in that sort of sense. The switches are lovely, not gonna lie. They've got a really nice little tactile bump to them. I mean, from where it was to now, I think force brake will add like another 20%. It'll knock a bucket load of that ping right off, and then maybe some strategically placed polyfill within there is gonna definitely, get us there. I think in the end, aesthetics wise. Not gonna lie, it's pretty awesome. It looks beautiful, and I do really like the layout. I just got to get used to it. I kind of have my fingers. I feel like I'm like a gamer at heart. Like I've always got my fingers like here. But yeah, we can get used to that kind of stuff. But it's probably not coming through the Yeti very well. Switch is really smooth. They've got about the same. Yeah, Boneyard really suits it nicely. It really does. The camera's picking up Boneyard more as a white, but yeah, it's got that like creamy off-white sort of texture. Well, look. So there it is. It's what I expected it to be. With a little bit more work, we made it sound 20% better. With a little bit more work and some nylon force brake, I reckon we'll maybe get another 10 to 15% out of it. It's never going to be able to... I mean, apart from switches, is really the only other thing that you can do. I'm going to put a little bit of polyfill in it, but switches... I can test a few different switches in here, not now, but... and see... But as a muted switch, like if you put anything louder into this thing, I mean, it's just gonna sound super resonant. But as a showpiece, yeah, it's beautiful. I do really like the M60 look and layout. I'd like to code on it for a week and see how it feels to like actually write code on a HHKB. I'm sure it's probably pretty damn good. Let's have another look quickly before the end. That mirror. I do like the two-tone look. That's really nice. And this is the back. Yeah, super simple to like put together. Not gonna lie about that, but there's really not much to it. I mean, effectively, it's a top mount. Reminds me of a watch. Yeah, it reminds me of like a, I don't know, Patek Philippe, bloody Audemars Piguet, ridiculous, over the top. Like this is what you get after you serve 50 years as the CEO of some ridiculous company who thinks that you're pretty ostentatious, I guess. Look, my expectations for it was always, it met my expectations in what I was thinking it was going to sound like. And to make it sound 20% better and maybe a little bit more after that is pretty cool. But yeah, I'm going to use it for a week and yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, this was the RAMA M60a Tank Edition. It's running Durock Sunflower T1s. It's got GMK Boneyard on there. We could put this little thing that they gave me as well. You got that with the actual board itself. The Wave Sec 2 or something like that. It's a completely different color though. Like, I mean, camera doesn't really show it, but look, that's pretty much it. For those of you that drop by and stay to support, I really thank you so much. I will be back on Wednesday for those of you who maybe want to see something a little bit different. So I'm going to be building the next part of this bad boy. I'm going to take these gloves off because they're really annoying me. Well, in a sec. Yeah, so I'll be building stage 2 of actually more than stage 2. Like, so this power supply is built already. This oscillator's done already, but I'll be building the filter and testing the filter for this. This is an RE303, which is a replica of the original Roland TB303 bass machine, full analog synthesizer, made famous for the acid house movement. So we will be doing this on Wednesday. There's a lot of components to go in there. I've taken an inventory of everything. I've got everything. I'm good to go. A lot of components and some fun testing as well to test how the filter comes out. But yeah, Wednesdays will be building synths. Saturdays, or potentially Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays, we'll see how we go, will be for some keyboard fun. But yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate your support. It is my second stream, and you know, I'm happy to have you guys come by and yeah, watch me sort of play with keyboards for fun and science, and yeah, really appreciate it. So thank you, and I hope you guys have a good night. I'll who's actually before we go, let's send whoever's gonna stay. I'll send you off to somebody else. But who's actually, let's get this plugged in. Who's actually streaming right now? Who is streaming? Raid channel. We can go to Zanyard or we can go to Geonworks. Let's flip a coin. Let's do a virtual coin flip. Oh god, these gloves. Get away from me. Heads for Geonworks, tails for Zanyard. Virtual coin flip. I guess that's tails, Zanyard. No objections? All right, we'll send them to Zanyard then. All right, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. I hope to see you, either next on Wednesday if you're keen to watch, or Saturday. Again, thanks a lot, guys.